It is 6 o'clock p.m., Tuesday, October 18th, and I am calling this meeting of the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education to order. As I call the meeting to order, the school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission statement: as a community, we create supportive learning environments where all students thrive. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Ms. Poland, will you please call the roll?
Miss Charlie, as expected. Mr. Kraft.
Here.
Thank you. Colonel Campbell.
Here.
Thank you. Colonel Branco.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess.
Here.
Thank you. Miss Carol Hubbard. Thank you. Mr. Doran.
Here.
Thank you. Miss Dillian. Here. Thank you. Miss Maple. Thank you. Mrs. Hull. Here. Thank you. Miss Hewitt. The board has a quorum.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the introduction of our new Eielson Air Force Base board representative. The school board would like to welcome Colonel Alan, and I'm sorry, I didn't ask how to pronounce this. Is it Branco? Colonel Alan Branco, the board's new Eielson Base commander, and school board representative, replacing Colonel Timothy Foster. Welcome to the board, and we're pleased to have you here.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to the entire team. I'm excited to join this group and to represent Eielson Air Force Base and our airmen and families.
Thank you. All right, next we have another new representative to introduce, in this case, our new student representative. Chase Kraft, West Valley High School student, will be introduced as the new student representative for the 2027-28 school year. Mark Winford, West Valley High School principal, will introduce the new student representative.
Good evening. Is this on? Okay. I'm here to introduce Chase Kraft, West Valley student that's representing the students of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District on the school board. And I did reach out to staff for some insight on Chase, and several staff members replied. Our counselor, Ms. Dershin, said that he has incredible positive energy and can-do spirit. Ms. Zundel observes that Chase is a determined student who seeks to grow and better himself. She notes that during a Saturday AP Bio study session, that he asked her to continue to go over problems with him after the other students had packed up and went home. Ms. Parsley notes that he has learned that success is more than filling in the blanks, but really being able to perform and problem solve using skills and knowledge together. Chase is also a well-rounded and charismatic individual that has learned to be thoughtful and admit if he was wrong and recognize others' perspectives, a valuable skill to develop as a young person. Ms. Moon describes a student who is sociable and respected by his classmates, who sets personal goals and works hard to meet them. As the principal, I know Chase is the voice of our daily morning announcements, and today I saw him do outstanding work helping to run our Freshman Day Assembly. He also serves as the student body secretary at West Valley. He is clearly seeking leadership opportunities and succeeding in them, and I have no doubt that he will have success as the student representative of the school board. And this is also a good opportunity for me to put on record that he has a great sense of cool and a great sense of style. Thank you, Chase, for representing the students of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. And the way this process works is he was nominated and elected by all the students on the student body for the school district, which is a great honor to represent the district. So thank you, Chase.
Thank you for the kind words. I'm excited to be able to represent all the students in the district and hopefully bring some good insight to the younger generation.
Thank you, Mr. Winford, and welcome to the board, Mr. Kraft. Next on our agenda is a legislative citation for our superintendent. Legislative citation honoring Dr. Luke Meinert will be read and presented by State Representative Will Stapp. Walked into the room just in time.
Well, thanks again, everybody, for being here. What an honor! And I'm going to ask anyone else from the legislatures in the room to join me up here at the podium. I have Rep. Dybert to my right and Senator Kawasaki to my left, and Dr. Meinert. There's so much to say. That's why we put it in writing in a citation in the legislature. I just wanted to say we're very thankful to have Dr. Meinert as our superintendent. As you know, it's been a lot of rough years for the school district in recent memory, but I kind of feel like the ship has been turned thanks to his leadership and all these wonderful people on the school board and all of you folks here in the room and the staff, especially the certified and the classified staff. They all work really hard. So it's been a bit of a journey the last decade or so for the Fairbanks School District, but it does kind of feel like we're kind of the lights at the end of the tunnel here. So I just wanted to say that we don't often come to school board meetings that often, but we do watch, and obviously you will most of all come down and see us in Juneau. Most of the time to ask for money, but that's okay. We still love you guys, right? And we just want to talk about all the Dr. Meinert's accomplishments and know that we're big advocates for the school district because it really is about the future of our kids. And obviously, if the kids aren't doing well, then we don't have a bright future. So that's pretty simple. But I just wanted to thank Dr. Meinert and from everybody at the legislature, Speaker of the House Bryce Edgman and Senate President Gary Stevens. We just wanted to honor him for all of his work that he's done here at the district. Thank you, Dr. Meinert. Don't forget to vote today.
There we go. All right. Well, thank you very much, Representative Staff and the rest of the legislators that are here to honor me. It really does take an entire state to support our students here in Fairbanks, and just want to thank the legislature for their big work the last couple of years and ensuring that we have the resources we need to educate our students. In my report tonight, I'll talk about some of the investments that the board was able to make because of the investments that you've made around the state. And so none of this is possible without your support. And then, you know, these individual honors really are a reflection of the team that I serve with. And so an amazing school board and the work that they do, and then the educators throughout the district. We have the very best educators in the state right here in Fairbanks. And so very proud to serve alongside of them. So thank you very much for this honor and all of your support.
You want to shake our hand?
Right. Yeah, we're not, we make everyone else walk the line when they get honored up there, so we're not going to let our superintendent sneak out of that. Thank you, Dr. Meinert. And just wanted to highlight one thing that Representative Stapp said right at the end there. There is still time to vote tonight. I voted. Here's my sticker. Looking in the mirror, in the camera. Yeah, so get out there and vote. You still have a little bit of time before the polls close tonight for that primary election. Next on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisked items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member anytime prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the discretion to accept or deny the request. Only a board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisked items will then be adopted by one single motion. Board, I'll take a motion.
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Poland, will you please call the vote?
Colonel Campbell,
Yes.
Colonel Branco.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Charlie is expected. Mr. Kraft,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Miss Dillion,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard, Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The agenda is adopted with consent items. Next on the agenda is public comment. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comments on non-agenda topics. This time is an opportunity for community members to be heard. The board will make note of the topics, though no official actions will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not be responding to comments or questions made by the public, but may ask questions of the speaker for clarifying purposes only. Concerned citizens should initially discuss matters with the superintendent or designee first. After the superintendent or designee has heard the concerns, then it may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office to route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action and/or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the board office by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Those who have signed up in advance will be called upon first, and if time remains, anyone else who is in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. Public testimony will be heard from citizens in the order in which they have signed up. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom prior to the start of the meeting for those who have not already signed up in advance. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last name, and state their area of residence. First on my list, I have Adia Cotter.
My name is Adia Cotter, Cotter, and I live in the McGrath area. Yesterday, I attended the Lathrop open house for incoming freshmen and spent a lot of time listening and talking to the teachers there with my son about expectations. Expectations are an excellent way to start the school year because everybody's on the same page and they know what's expected. And it is a great way to build strong relationships. So I thought tonight I would share some of my expectations of you for the school year because I appreciate my relationship with this district. And in order to foster trust and partnership for a successful year and prevent misunderstandings, I'd like to tell you what I expect. Number one, every decision made will ensure all students have the opportunity to learn in a fair, respectful, and safe environment, regardless of any one board member's personal opinions. Number two, every decision will honor who a student is, ensure their right to express their individuality, and encourage every student to believe in themselves. Number three, successes, failures, innovative solutions, and lessons learned will be shared with the public as a form of transparency and to encourage inquiry and the exchange of ideas. Some of this stuff should sound familiar because I took it directly from a lot of the documents that I find on your webpage. And I just want to say last year you did a really great job of inviting different programs and departments to come and talk about the work that they're doing. I really appreciate that. I would like to hear from teachers. I would like to hear what they feel are successes, areas of improvement, all in the spirit of working together to make our school district stronger and more conducive to success for our students. So more of that, please. And then the last one, every decision made about an operating budget will be based on the needs of all students and educators to provide a positive and supportive learning environment. You may be wondering what you can expect from me. Well, I will stay informed to foster collaboration between myself, my child, the school, the district, and yourselves. And I will ensure that my student abides by the Student Responsibility Handbook. It's that time of year again to read all 3,000 pages of it and make sure that our students understand what is expected of them and proper conduct while they're at school. So you can expect me to make sure that my kid understands all the things that are in that book. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Cotter. Next on the list of folks who have signed up in advance is Christopher Brooks. Please state your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Christopher Brooks, Brooks. I live in North Pole. Good evening, board members. My name is Christopher Brooks. I am a biologist, trained biologist, even though I'm currently not working in the field right now. I'm a former laboratory manager. In biology, organisms follow a primitive imperative toward resource acquisition. For survival, your administration operates under the exact same mechanism. Your policies are driven by, not by education, but by securing funding streams and upholding an institutional imperative for your own wiring to thrive. Essentially, you desire to thrive. We see this clearly in how you manage individualized education programs, IEPs. The moment an autistic child works hard, master their struggles and achieves academic success, your administration senses an opportunity to claw back funds. You strip away their services, completely ignoring the fact that a neurological difference is lifelong. Additionally, your implementation of the Project Search is a selection bias masquerading as genuine inclusion. You vet processing intentionally filters for students that are already capable of navigating complex bureaucracy. You handpick advanced individuals, use their labor to subsidize corporate partner, and then exploit their success to inflate your retention metrics and draw down federal IDA funding. Essentially, you make it so bureaucratic that only those who are already high functioning can succeed. Your compliance metrics are submissive to a broader political narrative, including the recent public rhetoric of the Department of Health and Human Services under Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That's where you get your money. As of last year, they're under his administration, claiming that autistic individuals cannot hold jobs or thrive. He said that live. Those with the power to define have the power to call health a disease, essentially, because they have the power, they can define whatever they want. I stand here tonight as an autistic man who is happily married I was married for 19 years. I have a successful career in the sciences. I was a lab manager for multiple years, and definitive proof that your metrics are flawed. Furthermore, your policies rely on thoroughly refuting literature of the theory of mind. The double empathy problem proves that the theory of mind is both ways. You neither understand autistics nor they understand you, but yet you demonize the autistic. So I'm calling for a neurodivergency advisory committee. I'm hoping you'll honor the compliance under IDA, Title II, and Americans Disabilities Act, Sections 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, so that they can be heard for what they need and not based on your assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Brooks. That is the end of the folks who have signed up in advance. Is there anyone in the room who wants to testify on non-agenda items? All right. Seeing none, we will move on in our agenda and close public testimony at this time. The next item in the agenda is the Borough Assembly report. Garrett Armstrong, Borough Assembly Finance Vice Chair, will provide the Assembly report.
Thank you. Oh, good evening, everyone. Happy first day of school. I know we had a good time at Wood River. As an aside, we had a really great first day back with the kiddos. So I have much to report that is pertinent to the school district at this time for that the assembly's been up to. See, on the last assembly meeting, we voted for a rezone of a residential lot that'll extend York Avenue. There was some concern about that because of its proximity, to U Park Elementary, but it's believed it shouldn't. But it believed it shouldn't affect things too much. There's, we also approved in the last meeting like a local match for a large federal grant that allow for an app that will allow for the Max Transit system, which since some students do use the Max Transit buses to go to school, that could be of note. And up ahead, there isn't much pertinent to the school district. So I'm open to questions. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Ms. Maple.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Do you have any idea on timelines for any legislation or any ordinances coming before the assembly regarding the fund balance calculation?
I have not seen anything show up on the calendar yet for that, no.
As a follow-up to that, what would be the process for getting that on, just as a refresher for the members of the public and the board, what's the process for getting something like that on your agenda for a regular meeting?
Well, simply, like a member of the assembly has to, has to write to our legal department expressing this is what we want to do, and our legal department will craft a proposed ordinance, which will then we can go back and forth on the particulars of it and revising it. And after that, once we decide it's good, it gets then sent to have it calendared.
Do you have to have a work session prior to putting it on a regular meeting?
And yes, the second half is it. Then the proposed ordinance for the public's knowledge will then go before work session to be reviewed, and then advance to the regular assembly meeting for debate and a vote and public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Ms. Hewitt.
Could you expand on what the rezoning was near U Park? Was it rezoned from what type to what type?
Oh, certainly. So I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but it was a small lot at the end of York Avenue, if I recall right, that was going to be rezoned from single family housing to multiple family housing. If you want the specifics, the land developer wanted to build 3 duplexes, presumably for his adult children to live in one half and rent the other half, and that was the issue. And it was in a lot that could allow for up to 8 homes. Not all of them be developed into duplexes, but there would be increased traffic. So a lot of neighbors in the area came to the assembly and gave public comment expressing concern about that.
Thanks.
Mr. Doran.
If I might, to Ms. Hewitt's question, just informational. Okay. It was single family to 2 family. Does allow, because of lot size difference, could allow up to 13 duplexes or 26 homes. So.
Right. If just to close it out, the board would appreciate any updates of the progress on that ordinance, particularly notification prior to a work session.
Sure, they'll keep you guys in the loop.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. All right, that brings us to advisory member reports and comments. At this point, we'll give our advisory member the opportunity to provide a report, and why don't we go ahead and start with Colonel Foster. I'm sorry, Colonel Campbell. Colonel Foster is who just left. Colonel Campbell, please.
He would enjoy that. No, I do appreciate all the support. And so first day of school back, and I know a lot of you will mention this, but military connected kids across the interior Alaska and transitioning in and out. And, school district does a phenomenal job of helping them get adjusted and making the first day of school a positive one. So
Just want to start off with saying thanks for what the team does and the school district for our military connected students here in the interior. Of note, I will say the gates at Fort Wainwright are back to quote unquote normal. We are still finishing some finishing touches on the main gate as we close that out and expect that to be complete by the end of October, hopefully mid-October, for the awning to go on and that gate to be looking pristine when we complete that. But the gates are back to normal to allow the buses to run on time and ensure that our kids are getting to school on time. And but we're excited about the school year and just wanted to say thanks for what you do. Pending any questions from the team.
Any questions for Colonel Campbell? I'll just apologize one more time. There's too many names kicking around up here. I do know who you are, Colonel Campbell. Colonel Branco.
As the guy who replaced Colonel Foster, I just want to echo what Colonel Campbell said. Thank you very much to the school district and the school board for what you do for our children. As a military member who just PCS'd here, I can tell you firsthand what it means when you have open arms to our military children. So I have no further updates to provide, just to say thanks.
Appreciate it, and we thank you for being here as well. Mr. Kraft.
I just want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to be on the board and provide a better learning environment for students like me. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're excited to hear your feedback. Any questions or comments for Mr. Kraft? Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. All right, and that will bring us to our next agenda item, which is board committee reports. Board members who chair committees are given the opportunity to report on the committees they are chairing. I'll open it up to reporting out on other trainings or activities that you've been participating in as well. Are there any? Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide just a quick update on the budget committee. We had one vacant position which has been filled, and we have 4 meetings scheduled already this year, October 8th, the 22nd, also November 12th and December 3rd. We're looking forward to establishing our priorities and aligning them with the strategic plan. And as we evaluate possible investments and reductions, we'll be working together, to prioritize the best opportunities for students and the best environment for teachers, students, and families. Thank you.
Any other reports from committee chairs? All right, seeing none, we will cruise right on down to the president's report. I don't have a lot today, but I did want to note that I had a great time last Wednesday welcoming educators back to school with positive picketing and then participating in the professional development day. I actually was able to attend a couple of the professional development sessions. I wasn't able to stay for an entire one, but I did hop into a couple of them. And I have to say that I think it was going really well. It was kind of inspiring, in fact. There was a point that I thought about getting my teaching certification. So we'll see. I'm at least 3 years away from that, but since I'm sitting, well, we'll see. But that was a great activity. It was good to see all those teachers and all the energy putting into it, and wanted to also thank the various organizations who helped to organize the positive picketing and also provide coffee and donuts and other treats for our staff. I also want to say welcome back today. Not only is it our first board meeting of the year, but of this school year, I should say. But it was actually the first day of school, and I remember last year when we were talking about how these days happen to coincide, we thought, let's try not to do that again. But this year we're doing it again. So, But thank you to Dr. Meinert and to the members of the administration who have certainly had a long day and yet are still here with us in the boardroom today. Appreciate all the work that you've put in. That's really all about all I have for my president's report. But again, welcome back to school to all of our educators, all of our students, and tomorrow, all of the high school students that are not freshmen who get to go get that extra day off. Don't sleep in. You got school in the morning. All right. With that, I'll conclude my report. I'm happy to take any questions from board members. Seeing none. Oh, Ms. Hull.
Are you aware that it's on? Are you aware that the academic proposal calendars for next year both have us starting on board days?
We can adjust our board calendar to make that work rather than the academic calendar. Thank you for pointing that out, Ms. Hull. Any other questions or comments from board members? All right, we'll go on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Meinert.
Thank you, President Burgess, and welcome Colonel Branco, sorry, I will get that right, and Mr. Kraft. It's great to have advisory members here on our school board. I think you both bring unique perspectives that are important for our board to hear as we're deliberating different policy decisions and budget decisions. And so thanks for your willingness to serve. It's not always an easy position to be in, but it's really important for our students and the community. So thanks for your willingness to serve, and we value your voice here. Just want to welcome everybody back. It's been a couple weeks lead up to school starting today. It has been a long day, but this is the absolute favorite day of the year for me. There's great energy within our schools, and it's amazing to see the supports that go into ensuring that our students have a successful year. And that's been weeks in the making. It's been great to see community members and family members as we've been gearing up for school at all the different back to school nights, our professional development opportunities with our teachers showing up with great energy and our community partners pouring into those opportunities and supporting our educators. And then today, seeing our students walk through those doors for the very first time this year was great. I made it out to several schools today, and it was great to see the energy from our students and staff, and I know that we're going to carry that through the year. So wish everybody a very successful school year, and look forward to connecting with you as I'm out in your schools. And then President Burgess, we do have a number of different ways of emergency certifying folks. And so keep that on your radar in 4 years when you're ready to join our workforce. We'd love to have you in our classroom because we know you're a successful scientist, and many students could learn from you. I want to start off talking about goals. I've shared these with the community. We've talked about it with our new teachers, our principals, but also wanted to share it here at the board level and at the board meeting. And so this year, our district goals are aligned to our strategic plan. Our strategic plan has 4 pillars, and we actually have new banners up in the boardroom this year. Last year, we focused a lot on values within our strategic plan. We'll continue to focus on those, but this year we'll dive deeper into each one of those pillars. And so pillar 1 is achieving educational excellence, and the goal that goes along with that is support meaningful student growth by strengthening literacy and math instruction, monitoring progress, and improving academic outcomes across the district. Here at the administrative level, we talk a lot about 2% growth in all that we do, and we've achieved that in a lot of areas over the last couple of years. 2% growth is achievable year after year, and when you add that up over 5 to 10 years, you see some tremendous student progress. And so I really want to give kudos to our staff that continues to pour into our students that allows for this growth to happen, and want to continue to see that growth in all of our assessments that we do, graduation rates, student attendance, school climate results, and using that within the classroom through formative assessments as well. Pillar 2 is supporting access and choice. The goal that aligns with that is strengthening neighborhood elementary schools by highlighting each school's unique strengths and options, while increasing access to college, career, and specialized learning opportunities at the secondary level. When we created the strategic plan, we talked a lot about highlighting our neighborhood schools and making sure that we're doing a better job for our community understanding the amazing things that are happening in our elementary schools, as well as the strengths and the unique opportunities that are available at each and every one of our neighborhood schools. We have a flexible open enrollment policy within our district. And so we want to ensure that if families want to take advantage of options that are happening at different neighborhood schools, that families are aware of those options and opportunities, and that we're doing a good job providing that information to the community. And so this year you'll see at least 2 or 3 schools better identify what their schools do that makes them great, as well as some of the unique things that are happening at those schools. At the secondary level, we want to continue to expand on our AP courses and expanding CTE pathways and opportunities for our students. Last year, we expanded cosmetology at Lathrop, and that's a new pathway for our students. This year, we're working on developing an education pathway at Hutchinson High School. So we continue to look at not only things that our students are interested in currently, but align with what our industry needs here within the state and the district. And very excited about the education pathway, because growing your own teachers is the most successful way to retain teachers here within Fairbanks. And so we know there's a number of students, high school students out there that are interested in becoming teachers, and we want to make sure that they have a pathway to a great career here within our school district. Pillar 3 is partnering with our community, creating more opportunities for families and community members to engage in meaningful conversations about student learning. And so we want to host additional community engagement events, specifically listening events with the administration, so we can hear from you on what's happening, what's going well, what are some challenges, what can we do better. And so the first listening event we'll do will be focused around the strategic plan pillars. We want to dive into each of those pillars and hear how we're doing and some ideas for the next 3 to 4 years in our strategic plan, what you would like to see. We will also work to improve engagement through surveys and different feedback mechanisms to ensure that we have a pulse from our community, as well as our families and our students. One of the things that we were really happy with last year is our student engagement in some of our surveys, and we want to continue to engage with our student body, because they're important as we're making decisions, to ensure that we understand the decisions we're making and how they might impact them. And then pillar 4, investing in our people. The goal that goes along with that is focus on district-wide employee wellness and recognition that supports staff well-being and strengthens the workplace culture. Education is an incredibly tough profession, one that's very rewarding, but one that we know that we need to continue to support the people that are in the classrooms and in our schools. And so we want to establish baseline staff wellness data within the district, develop district wellness campaigns along with our educators. What would they like to see that's going to build wellness and culture within our district? Increase awareness of health and wellness benefits. One of the things our employees have talked about is oftentimes they don't know what benefits are available to them. So we want to do a better job of communicating that proactively on a monthly basis. And then increase employee recognition opportunities. And so we have a great Gold Star program within our district where employees can recognize other employees, but we want to take that a step level and start to do some bigger recognitions for our employees. And so that's what we have planned under Pillar 4. Something that coincides with Pillar 4 this summer, the district offered 13 4-day professional development sessions with 118 teachers participating in 146 total sessions during the summer, and the district was able to pay those teachers for their time in taking those professional development opportunities. And so that was a really exciting offering. Thanks to our teaching and learning staff for their willingness to put that on, and then obviously the educators that came. Thank you for giving up your summer and working on your craft and learning new things that you could implement in the classroom this year. We did survey those individuals that took part in the professional development opportunity, and feedback was very positive. 95% of the participants said that the learning was relevant. 98% said it deepened their understanding, and 99% so they could use the learning in their classrooms. And so I think that was a really effective investment from the school district, and one that we'll look to continue in the future. I want to talk a little bit about custodial services. ABM is here this evening and will provide the board with a more detailed update regarding custodial services, but want to address a little bit of it in my report this evening. The level of evening custodial services provided during the past school year did not consistently meet our expectations or the standards outlined in our contract. We've had a lot of conversations with ABM about that, and they'll talk this evening about improvements. ABM is aware of these concerns and has acknowledged the need for improvement. Leading into the school year, we've had productive conversations to reaffirm our expectations and establish a clear understanding of what successful service should look like across all of our schools and facilities. I appreciate ABM's willingness to make changes to better support this work, and you'll hear more about them from the changes during their presentation. Our district custodial managers work closely with ABM on a daily basis, identifying deficiencies and documenting instances when contracted services are not being completed as required. The district has also begun applying contractual penalties when ABM does not complete the work for which it is contracted, and this provides an additional level of accountability and reinforces the service expectations established in our agreement. In addition, ABM has completed its summer custodial work, so you might remember that we've switched to ABM performing the summer work within our schools. They've completed that summer work and are going back to address any deficiencies that our custodial coordinators have identified. And so I want to thank ABM for their willingness to continue to partner with the school district. They're an important partner in providing custodial services for us, and being here tonight to discuss the positive changes that they plan to make in the upcoming school year to meet the service levels in which we need for our schools. Some positive notes on bus routes. We're starting this school year with more bus routes than we ended last school year. And so that's the first time I've been able to say that since COVID. And so really want to thank Durham Transportation for their aggressive employee hiring and staffing over the summer months. They did a nice job retaining many of the drivers that we had last year, which led to more routes this year. And then they did a great job offering incentives and doing a great job bringing in more drivers. And so a huge part of our student success is ensuring that students are able to make it to school on time every day. And so that's a great start with Durham Transportation and providing us with more bus routes than they have in the past. And we're looking forward to a successful year with them. Short update on before school care. So one of the investments the school board has made this past year was investing in before school care at our elementary schools. We haven't done that for some time, and so our principals are actively working with their staff in developing what that will look like at their school and hiring the appropriate staff members for that to start at their schools. And so if you are interested in before school care, be on the lookout for information from your individual principal. We're hopeful that after Labor Day, all elementary schools will have a form of before school care available for our elementary families to take advantage of. The district is, and sorry for the long report this evening, lots of good stuff happening. I wanted to make sure that I reported out on some things going into the school year. The district is continuing its partnership with Playworks through what's called Recess Reboot, which provides 4 days of on-site training, consulting and capacity building for not only our staff members who are out on the playgrounds with our students, but also student leaders. This is something that's been successfully implemented at a number of our schools throughout the past 3 school years. And this year, Anderson Crawford, North Pole Elementary, and Wood River will receive the training and support from Playworks. And it seems like such a simple thing, but it's amazing when Playworks comes into the school, what a positive environment and culture they can develop on the recess playgrounds. And what a great student growth opportunity for our student leaders in the 4th and 5th grade that get to mentor younger students on the playgrounds. And so it's been cool to see principals that have not gotten this training for their school. They've been asking for it. And I know North Pole Elementary is very excited because Essen has reached out and has thanked us over and over again for providing this for North Pole Elementary this year. So looking forward to great things happening out at those elementary schools this year. And then just a short statement that I wanted to close with. As we begin the school year, I feel a strong sense of hope and excitement about the year ahead. Over the past several years, we've seen strong momentum in student growth across the district. And this year, we have an opportunity to build on that progress in meaningful ways. I want to thank the Alaska Legislature, as I did earlier, for its investment in public education that's critical for our success. For much of the past decade, school districts across Alaska have been starved for resources, leading to painful cuts year after year. It's encouraging to finally see movement in the other direction the past 2 years and be in a position to begin adding back supports and opportunities that have been lost over time. Because of these resources and the priorities of the school board has been able to make important investment this year in our areas our community has been asking for us to strengthen for some time. When additional resources become available, our board has been intentional about putting those dollars directly back into our schools, our staff, and opportunities for students. Those investments include lower class sizes, stronger academic and behavioral supports through the addition of tutors and student behavioral support technicians, renewed support for our Gifted and Talented program, or ELP, before school care at the elementary level, instrumental music at the elementary level, additional counseling support, stronger support for new teachers through human resources, and an investment in our communications team to ensure we continue to provide clear, transparent information while also highlighting the outstanding and amazing things that are happening in our schools every day. The board has also set aside funds to invest in our educators through negotiations, and we are hopeful that negotiations will proceed quickly this year and will reach a great compromise. Those investments in our students matter because they build on something that is already strong. Despite some of what you may hear on the campaign trail or on social media, we do have amazing schools, incredible teachers and staff, and students that do remarkable things day in and day out. Our responsibility is to keep building on that strength and giving our educators the support they need and expanding the opportunities available to our students. In closing, there will always be challenges, and there are known areas of growth that we are constantly working on, but it feels good to be talking again about what we can build rather than what we have to cut. I'm excited about the year, grateful for the investments being made in our schools by our school board, and hopeful about where this momentum can take our students and our district in the year ahead. So thank you for the opportunity. Thanks for letting me go a little longer this evening, President Burgess, and happy to answer any questions for the board.
It's Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. I too am filled with hope and excitement. Thank you for saying that. The investments are amazing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing just how that progresses and just walking it out and watching what happens in the district. So I'm excited for that. I did have a couple of very specific questions. Well, first of all, could we get a copy of your report before the meeting starts so that I don't have to take so many notes? That would be great. Because I'm trying to write down what you're saying. Okay, so PlayWorks, is that a program that we pay? We invest in that, and that's an outside company that comes in, and can you explain that just a little bit,
It
please?
is. Yeah. And so it's a company that we've partnered with, paid through our Student Support Services federal funds. And so it started in our Title I schools. They were really interested in this program that they found at one of the Title I conferences 3 or 4 years ago. And now it's expanded beyond that because of the great reception that it's received at our individual elementary schools.
Thank you. Okay, and then I have, sorry, is that okay? Thank you. I wanted to ask about a couple of the goals. As I was listening, I just like the strengthening each school and under pillar number 2. I heard you say in pillar number 1, like we have 2% growth, and that's kind of that's our goal, and that's a very measurable goal. I was curious how will we know that we've achieved the goal that are like our pillar number 2 and number 4 goals, like the focus on wellness and the strengthen the schools? Do we have specifics that we're looking for there?
Yeah, so under supporting access and choice, the specifics will be identifying the number of schools that come forward with being able to share what their kind of unique opportunities are at their school and their rebranding specifically at the school. And then, at the secondary level, we do have baseline data on the number of CTE courses and AP courses that we have available for our students. And so we're hopeful that we'll see growth in not only the number of courses available, but the students choosing to access those courses and being successful. And so I think those are things that both you as a board and community can look at as potential successes for Pillar 2. Under Pillar 4, some of this is, which I think is okay in a strategic planning year, collecting baseline data. And so one of the things is establishing what does wellness look like within our district and how do we define that and what data points do we want to start with. And then there's other that are more clear in terms of increasing awareness of health and wellness benefits. We can track how many times we communicate that out to our staff and share that with our board. And then obviously if we increase employee recognition, there's some tangible metrics that go along with that as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you. And thanks for your report in talking about investments. And I know it's only a snapshot. And one of the things I like about meeting on the first day of school is we celebrate with them. So, but just a quick snapshot. One of our targets of investment was class size, lowering that, which means having the staff to do that. And we have a long list in our personnel action report and information reports that were under the consent agenda, which is very impressive. But could you just talk a little bit about, again, it's very preliminary, what our enrollment looked like for today, our class size targets and our staffing. I was looking for vacancies, but I thought, no, it's how we've filled them. But if you could just give us a snapshot on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I give you this answer every year. It's a little preliminary to give you enrollment numbers, but there are some areas that are coming in really strong that we saw today. So particularly Tickaswick Brown and North Pole Elementary School are standouts in terms of two schools that are already over what we projected. So that's great to see. And then there's some other schools that came in a little lower than what we anticipated. And so we know even in those schools that came in a little bit lower, we'll see the student body grow over the next 10 days. There's oftentimes things that are happening this time of year where students don't show up maybe till later in the week or early next week. And so I think it was a pretty promising start to the year in terms of student enrollment. Class sizes is going to be very dependent on what the student numbers look like at those schools. So those two things, enrollment and then the PTR that the board has set, they work in tandem together. And so when I think about North Pole E, Miss Gillum was out there today and she said, what's one thing I can help you out with? And they're like, get us another teacher, because we know the 4th and 5th grade classes out there are particularly high because we have 30 or 40 more students that showed up in that school this year than what we had projected. And so great problem to have, but something that we'll have to look at solving. And so over the next 10 days, we have what's called a 10-day count. So my team gets together every afternoon and we look at what the actual enrollment of students coming through our door is. And we do that we look at that across our district at each and every school. And so that helps us, one, in terms of looking at what total enrollment is over the district, but also if we need to adjust staffing levels from schools. What we'll typically do is start with transferring positions from school to school. If one school comes in a little bit lower, one school comes in a little bit higher, then we'll transfer staff around. If we come in lower altogether as a district, we'll look at closing out vacancies to ensure that we don't have a big gap in what we projected versus the revenue that we'll bring in from the year. If we actually go over projections, which is a possibility this year, then we'll look at reinvesting in having additional positions posted out there, and we'll continue to recruit for teachers to ensure that we can try to get as many teachers in front of our students as possible. And so I will say we've had a pretty strong recruitment cycle this year. Our human resources team has done a tremendous job in recruiting and bringing in teachers. We are seeing more of a delay in our J1 teachers making it into country this year than we have in the past several years. And so that's a bit concerning because we don't always know exactly when they are going to arrive. The silver lining in that is we have an amazing group of retired teachers that fill in as long-term subs all across our district. And so we are very thankful for those folks that are willing to step up and serve in our classrooms. And they're currently doing that until some of our J1 teachers arrive, or even some of the hirings that we did late in the hiring season with people moving up from the lower 48. And so we're still actively bringing people into classrooms. The other challenge area for us is in paraprofessional support positions. And so we have incentivized both recruiting and retention bonuses and special education for our paras, as well as providing relocation stipends for people wanting to come to Fairbanks and serve in our schools. And so we are attacking that really hard. We want to make sure that our schools are staffed appropriately. As a reminder, we did add 55 more new positions within our schools. And so I am very pleased with where we are given the amount of positions we added back. And our human resources team and our principals are doing an amazing job working through those hiring cycles and trying to get qualified educators in front of our students as fast as possible.
Thank you. And it sounds like it's a great opportunity for anyone who has any interest in education to grab in. And having been a late bloomer myself into education, and I'm so glad that I made a 40-year career out of it. So hopefully some people listening will take the opportunity to work with some of our great kids.
Love to have you.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the comprehensive report. And I do have some questions regarding ABM, but I think I'll save that for the agenda item tonight. However, I wanted to talk a little bit about the goals that you have. Specifically, I think one of the goals, and this was I've been I've been thinking a lot about this summer, which is that we, as a community of people who have been advocating for education funding, have really been focusing on that dollar amount, that per student dollar amount, or the BSA amount. However, we know that enrollment is just as important, if not even probably more important, because all our funding from the state, at least, is based on a per student allocation. So I know that we have one of the things that I'm eager to look at, and I think this is probably one of the biggest challenges, I think, probably across the entire nation. And so I'm not looking for a number tonight, but I'm really starting to percolate on what does it look like? What is a successful rate of increase in enrollment? And I know a lot of this is out of our control. We have fewer children in this borough that are 0 to 4 years old than we did 25 years ago. We have people moving out of the borough, and we can't control that. But I'm curious if you know of any other school districts nationally or even within the state that, even different superintendents who have been talking about what does a realistic kind of goal setting around enrollment look like? And is that appropriate, or should we really be focusing on bringing back some of those opportunities. Like I'm pretty excited because I'm thinking about if there's, how many of those students that are enrolling right now are self-proclaimed, and I'm going to say this lovingly, music nerds like I was. We just brought back music at all of our elementary schools across the district. That's something that I never thought would happen. So I'm curious to dig a little bit deeper there, and also just hearing what you've been hearing from your colleagues within the state and across the nation.
Yeah, great question. Enrollment's a challenge for all public schools across the state in particular, and much of the nation, really. There are no growing school districts currently in the state of Alaska. If you look at our enrollment trends over a 20-year history, it's trended downward for over 20 years. With that said, I do think we could reverse that trend, but it's not all based on what we do as a school district. I think what's was nice today, having the legislators in the room. It's going to take an investment from the state level. It's going to take an investment from our community, and then obviously it's going to take an investment and intentionality and good strategy from the school district to make that happen. But I don't think that we can necessarily do that in isolation without continued strong revenue sources for the school district to provide investments into the programs and the things that our students and parents want within our school district. So that would attract students back. If you don't have that investment, it is very difficult to turn that enrollment trajectory around. If we get that investment for years to come and we actually have stability in our budgets, I do think we could see positive trends in the other way. And the reason I think we could be an outlier in that is because we do have a large amount of students that are currently in outside homeschool programs here in Fairbanks that could come back into our schools. That's not something that every community within the state of Alaska has, but we do have that untapped resource right in our backyard. And so I think if the legislature and our borough assembly continues to invest in education here, that we do have the potential to turn that around.
I have Miss Hewitt and then Miss Hull.
I just wanted you to expand a little bit on our bus routes. You said that we had more than we ever had before. Can you put a number on that?
More than we ended last year with. And so I believe we are at 90-ish routes right now, maybe trending to 95. And so that is a strong number for us. And Ryan, our director of transportation, reports that there's a strong pipeline of drivers in the training program as well.
Ms. Hull.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Meinert, for your continued leadership. I do have, I don't want to say concern, thoughts. I have thoughts. At a board level, as far as goals go, what will we actually look at the end of the year to determine whether we met each goal? For example, if one of our goals is to strengthen neighborhood elementary schools, what evidence would allow us to say at the end of the year that we actually strengthened them? One way I think about this is with a personal goal. If my goal is to have a better physique and my only measurement is that I went to the gym 3 times a week, I've measured the activity, not whether I achieved the outcome. A more measurable goal would be something like, by the end of the year, I want to be able to run a mile without stopping. Then I have something specific that allows me to determine whether I achieved the goal. I see some of these district goals in a similar way. The internal priorities are important work, but I'm looking for that measurable goal line that tells the board what success looks like and how we will know whether we achieved it. I don't think every internal priority needs to become a separate board level measure, and I don't think every measure needs to be quantitative. We just need enough specificity that when we get to the end of the year, we aren't trying to determine whether, as a board, after the fact, whether a broad goal was achieved. I've also had community members reach out to me asking what the goals actually are after reading the message that went out on Parent Square. I think that it is important feedback to consider. The broader vision is absolutely there, but people are looking for more concrete information about what the district is actually working to accomplish and how we will know whether we're successful. Adding that specificity to the vision would demonstrate to our community that we are not only setting a direction, but also doing the work and measuring whether we are making progress toward providing a quality education for their children. I would ask that you do whatever may be possible to review these with your team and provide the board, and more importantly, our community, with a clear understanding of what success will look like and how we will measure it. I think that would give the board a stronger basis for monitoring progress throughout the year and evaluating the results at the end of the year. So my question is, are you open to identifying more specific measurable outcomes, our goal lines for each pillar, and publicly putting them out there?
Yes, we've already had some conversations about this, and so I think it's really important as we're developing goals that we can continue to tweak them to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our students in our community. And so we can definitely go back and add some specifics, being more specific under each of the pillars. This year was unique. In the past years, we had more specific goals, but they lived outside of the strategic plan. And so this year has been a new goal setting process for myself and our team, trying to fit them within each pillar. And so if the board would like us to be more specific in each of those areas, we can certainly go back and make that happen.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much. I have one more question. And I actually just want to say I'm just very excited about the school year. The PD sessions that we did this summer. Can you talk a little bit more about that? And specifically, one of the things that I think is important for the public to know is that our teachers have to continually work to recertify every several years. So they have to continue to get credits and such. Did any of that count towards those credits for their recertification? And if not, is there a way in the future that we could do more of that for educators? Because that's an important thing to also consider about our educators. They're always having to do re-upping their certifications.
Yeah, great question. So for everybody's awareness, every 5 years, our teachers have to go through a recertification process. Within that time frame, they have to have 6 college credits or a number of professional development credits earned in order to recertify in the state of Alaska. And so we know that's a big want and need for our educators to have those, to be able to earn those credits within the realm of the professional development that we offer. And so 47 of our teachers earned 82 professional development credits this summer. So that was a great opportunity for our teachers. Teaching and Learning also supported our teachers in our back to school professional development with being able to earn a credit by attending that Wednesday session that we had last week and some follow-up sessions to that. And so we are leaning into that hard of when we offer professional development, trying to offer college credit alongside of that. So that will help with teachers recertification when that 5-year mark comes up.
Okay, don't see any other questions. Thank you for your report, Dr. Meinert. And I'll just say also thank you for all the work that you put into developing all those district goals and implementing these strategic plan. Thanks to you and to your staff. Let's take a short recess, shall we? It's after 7 p.m. Let's try to keep it to 7 minutes and be back here at 7:16. could make their way back to their seats, please. All right, it's 7:17 and we're calling the meeting of the school board back to order. Our next agenda item is the ABM Summer Work Summary Report. ABM will offer, wait, I'm sorry. I actually am skipping ahead because I was, yep, that happens. Okay, we are on the adoption of the 2027-28 academic school calendar. So we're going to go ahead and first open up public testimony. But the content here, Rebecca Herbie, Executive Director of Communications, Development and Engagement, will present the proposed academic school calendars for the 27-28 school year to the board. The administration supports and recommends the adoption of version B academic calendar as the 2027-28 calendar. We're going to go to public testimony. We have a couple people signed up to testify. The first is Danette Peterson via Zoom. Ms. Peterson.
I still don't see her online, so I think she's not going to make it today.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Poland. The other person I have signed up is Karen Lane. Please state your name, spelling your last name, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name's Karen Lane, Lane, and I live in North Pole. So it was announced on August 10th that the Fairbanks 2028 Arctic Winter Games is going to be held in Fairbanks, which is exciting news. And behind me, I have Terry and Dave Loring, who have participated in the games with Team Alaska. And Dave has also worked with the Host Society in 2014 and 2024. And Pat Kugel worked for the school district in 2014, was a very integral part of the games. And he's now retired, but helping again this year, or for this event. So the Arctic Winter Games consists of 2,000 participants from the circumpolar north. It's 7 days of competition, 2,000 volunteers. Several of them are from out of town, plus 500 to 800 others traveling to Fairbanks, including families and friends, very important people from the different contingents that are coming, and media from the circumpolar north. So it's a great opportunity for Fairbanks. There are 20 sports plus a cultural component of the games. It is an $8 million economic impact, and 8 contingents make up those 2,000 participants from the Yukon, Northwest Territory, Alberta North, Alaska, Greenland, Nunavik, Nunavut, and Sapmi. And the last games, as I said, was in 2014. Some of you may remember that. Mr. Doran was at Denali Elementary. And then also in 1988 and 1982. The games need strong partnerships to be successful. We'll be partnering with all the 3 local governments, the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, the military bases, and the local indigenous corporations, along with UAF. And so we would like to encourage you to adopt the calendar that is an extended spring break. What that does is it helps give us time to set up before the teams start arriving, and then also take down in time for school to start on Tuesday. And so in 2014, that did not happen. We didn't even think of that. We're just like, yes, spring break, we'll do it. Well, what that meant was when school got out on Friday, we were rolling in the beds as the first team from Greenland arrived. And then more teams arrived and overnight, and we were still setting up beds. And so we did learn a very valuable lesson about how long it takes to set up 2,000 beds, and also be ready for when the teams get here to the schools. They will be staying in schools, and then also a lot of the sports are done in different schools, high schools, middle school, junior highs. And so we very much value a partnership with the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll allow board to ask clarifying questions. Mr. Doran.
Specific, what are the dates of the games?
When you set the school calendar, the spring break calendar. We go off of your spring break calendar.
Oh, they have, okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lane.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll go to administration for the presentation. Oh, actually, I should ask if there's anyone else who wanted to give testimony. Apologies, Ms. Hervey. Not seeing any. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm happy to be here in your first the first action item of your first meeting. I feel very special. And I am thankful that y'all don't have to wait, saving the best for last or getting it first thing. So I'm here with your 27-28 calendar. I wanted to have just a little bit of we have a lot of guidelines around our calendar that both come from the state and then from our own union agreements. So this is sort of a document that I have really that I used just myself to make sure that I'm following all the various rules that we have. I just wanted to sort of briefly highlight certain things. So it has to have 180 student contact days plus 4 teacher work days. We can, by state statute, count up to 10 professional development days as student contact days. And the way we split that up is 6 professional development days and 4 parent-teacher conference days. Those all count as our student contact days. We try to have the quarters balanced at approximately 45 days each, semesters at about 90 days each. We have our inclement weather days. And then teacher work days and vacations/holidays don't count as student contact days. And we have our observed holidays that are set by Alaska statute and also our own policy. And then if possible, we try to align certain breaks with either holidays or, for example, UAF spring break. That's something we've tried to align our spring break with theirs for a number of years now because that was desired by the community and has been really helpful for our community. So that being said, in the spring, we sent out a survey. We had 2 calendar options that we put forward. One was version A, and version A is basically what we are doing this year, 26-27. It's just the equivalent of that in 27-28. You can see sort of our regular spring break length. We have the April 21st no school day. The last day of school would be the 18th. The other option is version B, and this is the one that has that extended spring break to accommodate the Arctic Winter Games and help support that. Essentially, it adds a Friday and a Monday, and the way that was done was moving that no school day in April, essentially attaching that to the spring break, and then extending the school year by 1 year. So now the end of school is the 19th, Friday the 19th. So this calendar was sent out to our community, and we had pretty good response rates. So we had almost 1,800 responses. In comparison, the last time we did this for the 26-27 calendar, we had just over 700 responses. So we had a very good response rate for, I think it's probably the highest we've had for just a calendar survey since I've been here. So it should be fairly I feel very confident in saying this should be pretty representative of our stakeholders. You can see the district connection, so people could select the way we normally do. You can say your parent, your staff, you can select more than one. So we had good parent guardian input, staff input, and then we also had student input, which is higher. When we're seeing a more of a trend of our student input, which is great. I had broke down sort of parents and guardians can then say, I'm elementary, high school, middle, what sort of schools or programs they're associated with, so we could see like how that was distributed. And really the main question is, which calendar do you prefer overall? And this is something that's interesting as we've done the calendar surveys over the years and we've had different calendar options. Often when we do these, it's very close. It'll be like a 45-55 situation, or there's often not a clear more preferred choice. But however, this time we did it, there was overwhelmingly 70% preferred version B. I don't think I've ever seen such a strong result since I've been here. I did take the liberty of, there wasn't any big digressions when I was filtering by response group, but I did, was curious to see if I filtered by the various our staff groups, if there was any shifting in that, because this, of course, does impact teachers. It would impact support staff. So I was curious, would there be a shift in sort of, would it be different if I filtered by those groups? So if when I filtered by FEA, it was 33% for A and 65% for B. When I filtered for ESSA, it was 27% for A, 70% for B. And when I filtered for FPA, it was 25% A, 75% B. So there was no big shift in opinion, still the majority preferring the version B. This question 4, the reason for preference. So you can kind of see the people that preferred version A, what really informed that was they didn't want to have the school year extended by 1 day, and it just aligned better with their family schedules. The people who supported version B there was a lot of support for a longer spring break. They really liked being able to also support the Arctic Winter Games and have the opportunity for students. And then there were a smattering of open-ended comments, which that's where you're gonna get a lot of the mixed feedback. So you'll have your people that like the longer spring break. At that time, it hadn't been confirmed. There was some question of whether the Arctic Winter Games would be happening in that year. So there was some of that. We got a lot of comments related to, well, are they even happening? But it has been confirmed now. Mixed opinions on that April day off. And, the end of school year, everyone always wants to protect the length of our summer. And so that is a bit of a pain point, having that to be 1 extra day long. And there's the kind of the comments, and just a really miscellaneous comments, I would say, further topics that are all listed here. There we go. But pretty overwhelmingly, it was the majority preferred the version B, which has then been the recommendation of administration. And I think that's the summary of the survey, the feedback we got from our families, from our staff, from the community. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Board members, any questions? Ms. Julian.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration. My question isn't necessarily reflective of the survey, although the survey results are very helpful. So thank you so much, and especially thank you for identifying the employee groups. That's super helpful to know that they align with mostly the parent responses as well. My question is, I guess, it surrounds the additional inclement weather days after Labor Day. And I know that you might not have this information right now, and I didn't prep in advance to say, like, can you have this data available? And perhaps I should have done that, so that's on me. But I'm concerned about this year in particular because we did have inclement weather, and we know that the rate of change in our environmental weather around Fairbanks is changing very rapidly, and we have more ice events, we have more wind events, we have things that are occurring that will potentially put us into inclement weather days this year. I'm really curious what the attendance rates were. I'm assuming that they're dismal, but what the attendance rates were for our inclement weather makeup days after Labor Day this year, because we had to extend beyond that. And I know that this isn't in front of us tonight, but I do get a little bit concerned, and perhaps this is a messaging thing, about when we message that last day of school, if we are adopting a calendar where the makeup days are after the last day of school, which they are. I really want us to be crystal clear with families and with educators to not book plane tickets on the day after the scheduled last day of school, because in the last 2 school years, it's my understanding that we've had 2 or 3 inclement weather days each of those calendar years. So families educators should not be planning to get on an airplane on the 20th of May in 2028 and perhaps wait for the 27th of May to give themselves a buffer. And so maybe it's a messaging thing, but that's where my hesitation comes. I do really appreciate though the data on which calendar. That's very helpful as a board member.
Dr. Minor?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Julian. I do think it is a messaging thing. I think it is helpful having the inclement weather days on the calendar so that the district can refer to them and say exactly what you said. Please don't plan your travels or any vacations until after we get through this window of inclement weather that the board has adopted and is officially on our calendar for the year. This year was particularly challenging because this past year, because we did stretch into after Labor Day, which is somewhat unique. In past years, I don't think our attendance had been too bad when we used those inclement weather days, but last year having those days after Labor Day definitely, what's that? Memorial Day. Sorry, Memorial Day. Did you say Labor Day? Okay, I just picked up on that. I was you got me off. Memorial Day, thank you. Memorial Day. But for the 2028 calendar, it doesn't look like that would be in play, but I do think it's helpful to have multiple inclement weather days designated on the calendar that we can message out and let families and staff know that to protect that time, because it's very likely, given our pattern of ice and heavier snow, that we'll use those days over the course of the winter.
I have Mr. Doran and then Ms. Hull.
Okay, I'll go with a couple, and then you can put me back in the queue. Did want to comment on the so-called makeup days or weather days, and I know we've gotten some feedback in terms of whether it should be 3 or 4, or where they should be placed. I do think that at the end of the calendar year, it does make sense, just because we don't know when those weather days would happen, and that's a real variable. The other piece is that whether 3 or 4, I don't think there's any really big difference, because either we use them or we don't use them. So it doesn't do anything there. And I am mindful that we didn't have any makeup days in our calendar for a long time. And then the commissioner said you needed to make those up. And so we added them in. And then we went actually for a number of years where we had no inclement weather days during the year, which is great. And then we did. So it's back and forth. So I think it's a good compromise where they are. And I don't have any particular feeling the number of them at this time. And probably it's better to have more than less, just to have, for what Mrs. Julian was mentioning, that it keeps on people's horizons. Want to come back to the question regarding spring break and Arctic Winter Games, and I appreciate the data that we don't know the dates, that we actually determine them by our calendar. But I understand, if I'm correct, that the games run over 7 days. So I'm assuming that would mean it would probably be like 5th to the 12th, or Saturday to through the following Sunday. Okay. And I, having experienced this myself, as was mentioned, when they were here in 2014, I do need to say to the Arctic Games Committee, it was truly impressive to watch them come in Friday night, change classrooms around, taking very detailed maps of what went where and such, but to make room for the kids to sleep out on the floor, etc. And then to come back in the following Sunday and put it all back together. So I have some pros and cons regarding lengthening the week, especially the impact on a lot of families who cannot travel. We've seen that before by having extended winter breaks. So I'm cognizant of the whole community. I do think the community has worked hard over the years to try and provide alternate activities, but again, that we're mindful as we partner in that process what it means for families who cannot travel and perhaps cannot pay to get into other activities. We have that on our horizons in that planning. So having that day on each end so that it can be more effective, and even for that the 13th of March being part of the thing, I can see teachers coming in to kind of double check their classroom. Did things get back? I mean, all the best efforts in mind, and it was a yeoman's job in 2014 and very, very well done. I was I was surprised, pleasantly surprised, when I went and said, "Ooh, okay." The but that does allow some of that, and I think that would alleviate some of that stress. So, just being mindful of it with the dates that way for Arctic Winter Games. I do think that was something that was really good for our students, and actually a lot of teachers did prep work before with their students and understanding, and especially in the schools that, in a sense, the students were hosting. It had a ripple effect much broader than the game participants. So I was glad to get that and your explanation on that. So if you put me back in the queue.
Ms. Hull.
Thank you for collecting all this data and then presenting it to us. I also wanted to express gratitude for your curiosity with filtering out FEA, ESSA, and FPA. That's really great to know where they're at. I did just have a question, and perhaps this is for Dr. Meinert. I have in front of me 5 different school calendars for the past, this year and the 4 last years. We have 5 weather makeup days this year, 5 last year, and then before that it was 3 weather makeup days. Can you talk about why there's now an additional 2 weather makeup days?
I can. I think Ms. Julian nailed it on the head in terms of we are seeing a different climate here in Fairbanks. Last year we had, I think I called 3 inclement weather days that easily could have been 5 or 6. Those are some of the most difficult decisions I make in a year, as whether or not to cancel school or have school. And our weather has changed. We get kind of this rainy, icy mix earlier in the winter. 2 years ago, I think we got it in December. And so we're seeing that periodically through our winter months. And there's also been heavier snowfalls in terms of the water density of the snow that we're getting that Fairbanks hadn't experienced in the past. And so I think it's appropriate to have it there because it is easier to message. Please protect this time because it's likely we could use those days. It's always easier to shift the other way and not use the days, as opposed to, all right, I've already called 3 days of school off. It's January 20th. And now it puts the board in a sticky position to determine additional inclement weather days and where those would fall in the calendar. And so I think it's wise of the board to claim 5 days up front. I am hopeful that I could work with the Commissioner of Education not to go over those days, but we don't know. That's not guaranteed. Every commissioner treats the waiver process a little differently. And so I think having the 5 at the end of the calendar helps in the messaging to families and staff and students to say, please protect this time. Don't schedule your travel and your vacations because we may have inclement weather here in Fairbanks.
Follow up?
Follow up, Ms. Hull.
So I also am curious. So April of 26, there was a no school day, and it said tentative makeup day for inclement weather. And then this year we have that same day off of school, but it's no longer a tentative weather makeup day. Can you talk about that change too, please?
I can, yeah. And I think you have an older calendar for 2026 because I think the board went back and did not use the 21st as a tentative makeup day last year either. because as you adopted the 26-27 calendar, there was conversations at that point in time about not using that as a possible inclement weather day. I believe Ms. Peterson at that time testified that she wanted certainty for that date off for staff. And so at that point in time, the board directed me for 2026 not to use that as an inclement weather day. And so we did want that protected both in last year's calendar and this year's calendar so that staff could have some certainty to have that day off. And if they wanted to plan a 3-day weekend outside of town, they could do that without the fear of it being used as a makeup day.
Thank you. I can tell you it was an old calendar. It was attached to my pantry door. So
Right, I've got myself in the queue here. So I've got a couple. So we received the board received an email, which you've seen, Dr. Meinert, that suggested potentially using one of those extra spring break days for professional development that would count as a student contact day potentially. Can you talk a little bit about the feasibility of that possibility?
I could. So we can't add an additional professional development day within our calendar. So we're already maxed out at that 10 limit that Ms. Herbie described in terms of counting towards student contact days. If we wanted to move a professional development day from the fall semester to spring, we could do that. But we do find more value having the professional development days earlier on in the school year because there's a number of things that new staff and returning staff need training on. And so it's helpful to have those training days early on so that staff can benefit from that throughout the school year. So it would not be my recommendation to move a professional development day to one of those dates, but it's certainly within the board purview to do that. I would not recommend adding a date because we would have to go back to the negotiating table to add that date, and the district would incur some serious costs to do that, to add an additional date within our calendar.
Thank you. And then I'll ask one that's slightly related. But one thing that we hear concerns about, and it was talked about in the report here, but as the impact to staff, and particularly when we're extending spring break, that I've heard concerns about a smaller paycheck for some of our staff that day, particularly some ESSA and some of our hourly employees. Can you talk about what we can do for staff to help them there?
Yeah, so that would be primarily a concern for ESSA staff. Teachers would receive the same paycheck throughout the school year, regardless of how many days are in spring break. ESSA would be impacted in that pay period, but not over the course of the year. So I think it's important for the board to understand that ESSA employees would earn the same amount of money that year as they would the previous year because the total number of contract days is the same. Now, they would receive fewer days within that pay period, and so that could be a challenge for some of our employees. I think one great thing is we do these calendars, a year in advance, and so that does help our employees plan. Many of our ESSA employees have second jobs, and so potentially they could plan with their employer to have those days as work days. It also helps that it's within an already established block of time and not like a day here or a day there. And then what I would say is we're always working with our employees in terms of supports that we can provide them. And so if employees do find themselves in a hard position, I would encourage them to reach out to our human resources department, and we can work with them individually on that.
Thank you. And just I'll end with this comment, but I would just want to encourage communication both around the 5 makeup days, which I fully support, and around the what options are available to those employees who might need that help during that long extended spring break. Next in my queue, I have Ms. Julian, then Mr. Doran, and then Ms. Hull.
Thank you. I was gonna I was gonna ask a similar question about the ESSA in particular, because now we're looking at, instead of a 5-day spring break, it would be a 5, 6, 7-day spring break, if that's correct. If we're looking at a calendar B, pardon me, and I'm looking at the version B of that calendar. One of the ideas that was bopping around in my head is that this is really this is an exciting opportunity for our community to have Arctic Winter Games here. It brings many people from around the circumpolar north to this community, and it also highlights this community as being a part of the circumpolar north, which is important. And it's oftentimes America writ large doesn't necessarily see ourselves as an Arctic nation, but we are, because of Alaska. But in particular, I've thought, okay, well, this is really a one-time event. If we, right now, knowing that we did it back in 2014, and thank you to Mr. Doran for talking about that. But I have thought, is there a way to advocate for additional funding to help cover that gap? Additionally, is there a way to allocate it as additional holidays for this calendar year, and then ask the borough to subsidize that with direct pay from the borough when we advocate for a local contribution? So I was just kind of thinking of curious, creative ways that we could not necessarily use per student funding, but ask for a one-time allocation on top of a local contribution to help offset that, so that our employees don't have that much of a break, knowing that a lot of our ESSA staff are employed elsewhere throughout the year. So that's my general question into through the chair to administration.
I love that question. I do think it's something that the board could consider based on the revenue that we have at that period in time, and when we're budgeting for the board and community's awareness. If we did pay ESSA an additional day, it's a roughly $200,000 to $250,000 a day. So if we're adding 2 days on, you're looking at about $500,000 in additional funding that we would need to cover those days. So it is significant in terms of the amount of money, but definitely understand the significant impact it could have on our employee base. And then I would just like to thank you for recognizing what a unique opportunity it is for Fairbanks and hosting the Arctic Winter Games, and the school district being a part of that community and potentially supporting it. And so fully in support of hoping to work with the hosting group and be a part of this unique event within Fairbanks.
Follow up, Ms. Julian?
Yeah, and I think that what's exciting about that is that we have time to plan. So knowing that this is not this current school year, but the following school year, when we reorganize and when we're focusing on legislative priorities and then funding priorities and advocacy, I think this is something that we could potentially fold in, because maybe there's some different opportunities to get one-time funding from different entities that are going to potentially benefit from that $8 million boom that will come with Arctic Winter Games here. So just some ideas percolating in my mind around revenue generation beyond what we usually get.
I love that idea and fully supportive. So.
Mr. Doran.
Okay, appreciate the conversation because it's percolating pieces. I think in terms of paycheck periods, that we have 2 years to figure out how to maybe equalize the paychecks, because really what it does is it may, in a short, you get less in one particular period, but you pick it up in the next one. So we might be able to equalize that, and that makes it easier for those impacted by that. When you were mentioning supports, I think it needs to be recognized, like in 2014, there was a lot of district staff volunteer contribution. I was at our school every day as a principal, because you have something in principals you have things going on in your building. It's important to be there, and there are just bits and pieces that come up and they say, oh, does this, and that support to the groups that were there, who were phenomenal. Their care of the building was really, really good. But and I didn't really have to do anything, but my presence, I think, is really important for the districts there, and that was all volunteer. So I think we do make many contributions as a district to that, and recognize that it is particularly for principals, and it might be custodial staff or things of that sort that are taking on some extra duties, if you will, during that time period to make this work. So with those observations made, I do an observation on the makeup day or preference. I look at it as 4 makeup days. I am very concerned about the teacher work day at the end of the year being designated as a makeup day. I don't have a great concern if it's the very last one that's tapped. But I am concerned even in that case because of the fact that at the end of the year, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And teachers are going to do it one way or another. What we have been able to do in other years where there were some exceptions of somebody who did have, and especially in the case where we did not have planned makeup days, and we did use that teacher workday at the end. In essence, to accommodate people's needs, so we had to put in a day and push the workday a day later, and some people had tickets. We were able to basically make a trade-off for them to come in on Saturday and do their workday and get that done. I mean, it worked out for the calendar at that point. But I'm concerned about using a teacher workday as a makeup, and then they still have to get the work done. So I would preserve that workday as much as possible.
So the intention is, if we were to use that, for example, May 22nd, that would be our students would be in schools, and the teacher workday would be shifted one down. Okay. So it would essentially just, the teacher workday would shift until the day after the last day of school.
Okay, well, then could you explain the notation on the slide that says 22nd teacher workday,
so if
makeup day, tentative makeup day for inclement weather?
So if we
so
need
it doesn't
it, that'll
shift.
be our first tentative makeup day, and then the teacher workday will shift. If we don't need it, it'll stay a teacher workday. But we wouldn't have, for example, we wouldn't have a teacher workday and then continue to have days of school. We wouldn't have a teacher workday and then the last day of school is actually the 25th. We'll shift to the last day of school, and the teacher workday will be after that last day of school. That making sense?
Can I ask clarification? Okay, but you're saying the way the calendar is noted here, that it could be used for an inclement weather day.
Yes, and if that were to happen, like
And
it
we
did
would
this
not,
last
they
year,
would
we
not
just
have a
shift
work
the teacher
day.
workday.
Dr. Minert?
Yeah, so we've run into this the last 2, if not 3 years, and we've just pushed the teacher workday back. And so maybe we could add some additional information on the right-hand side to designate, teacher workday unless it's needed for an inclement weather day, and then, that would shift back. But I think we could clean up the language to try to make that more clear. But really the intent is to give teachers a teacher workday after the school year is done with students.
So can I ask just on the same subject, since we're there, and I think this might help to clarify too. So if we had to use all 5 of those inclement weather makeup days, the teacher workday would then get pushed to the 29th. Is that accurate?
The 30th, since that's
30th.
a holiday.
Oh, thank you. Right. Thank you. Does that help? Back to you, Mr. Doran.
Well, okay. I would say it needs to be made more clear. The shift of the teacher workday is fine, but as long as we include it as a makeup day, if it is used as a makeup day, then there is no workday. And we're expecting teachers to do their workday and the reports, report cards, and everything else that's there without an available day. So that's my concern. The way it is presented here, I fully expect that the workday would be shifted. And I think that one of the things we should also look at is whether those makeup days will be full days or half days, since we already had early dismissals. And so, but I'm particularly focused on the workday, that we make sure teachers have a workday at the end to do their work.
Absolutely. We're 100% aligned to ensure that teachers would get a work day after the school year is done, and we're contractually obligated to provide that.
There's actually 4 additional days for inclement weather, not 5.
You're talking about the inclement weather days? There's 5 on this calendar.
I'm going to ask us to move on. I think the question's been answered, and I think that those days. I think both early out days and the teacher workday will shift and just get pushed back if we have to use those inclement weather makeup days.
Correct.
So it'll all happen. We'll have the early out during the last 3 days of school, regardless of if those dates change, and the teacher workday will be after that very last day of school. And Dr. Meinert has offered to provide additional language to make sure that that's clear. So I think we're good. Ms. Hull.
Thanks. I just had a question. So the survey feedback, there's a child care and family logistics. Working families noted that longer breaks, half days, and scattered closure days created childcare challenges. Others said a consolidated break is easier to plan for than isolated days off. And I know that version B is a very non-traditional spring break. It's longer. And I know that we do have families that will take off that week to spend time with their kids and do other fun things, and that still leaves Friday and Monday unaccounted for. I know there's different camps that run the length of spring break. And so I'm kind of just curious, is childcare something that the district could offer during, especially that Friday and that Monday?
I would hesitate to commit to that, honestly.
Thank you.
I think we can work with our community partners that provide that opportunity and just let them know that our spring break is different that year. And I think that would be the best course of action, but I would hesitate to commit to that at this point in time.
And I'll just say, as Mr. Doran pointed out earlier, we have time to work with those folks and come up with some additional solutions there. So I appreciate that. We'll go to Ms. Maple and then back to Mr. Doran.
As somebody that works in the world of trying to fill those gaps, I think all of us in that world are tracking this calendar to plan accordingly. So hopefully there will be lots of options across the community to fill these gaps.
Mr. Doran.
Just curious about feedback. We've had our first day for students sometimes on a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, or a Thursday in various calendar variations. Tuesday, and over the next, I think, 2 years, it winds up the same. Just feedback, if you have, how that has worked with a Tuesday start for schools, particularly mindful of schools having a social, and they all work it in. They, whether it was last week on a Thursday or Friday night, whether it was Monday night, they all work it in, and they are always positive feedbacks. But just logistically, have you gotten any feedback from principals or schools and a preference of a Tuesday start or a Wednesday start, which gives teachers a little better chance to get their classrooms ready? And so, but again, everyone makes it work, and I haven't seen any real problem. But I was wondering if you got feedback from principals on that first day of school date.
I might I'm going to answer it, and then I'll pass to Assistant Superintendent Gillum to see if she's heard anything. I really haven't heard anything the Tuesday versus the Wednesday kind of conversation in terms of if either of those days make any difference. I do hear that teachers really enjoy having at least a work day on the Monday so that we're not starting fresh with students on Monday, so that they have that one final day for the work day. A lot of our schools also do their back to school events that evening. So really strong support for that, of having an abbreviated student week this at the start of school, but haven't heard a lot between Tuesday and Wednesday, but would like to pass it to Ms. Gillum to see if she's heard anything different from principals.
Yeah, I would agree that I haven't heard any feedback specifically between Tuesday and Wednesday. And just for the further back context, we did shift away from the Thursday start because we did see really low attendance when it was just those 2 days of the week, especially with high school having only all students attending for that Friday with the freshman first day on Thursday.
Thank you. And I do, I've grown to like the idea of having a slightly shorter week. Wednesday was a good combination. It was, so that's good. Just so we can be attentive to principal needs to have that social welcome back, meet the teacher, and the start of school. So that was my main thing to find out. Shall I continue or?
Mr. Dorn, I have no one else in my queue at the moment.
Okay, and I just on my last 2 points. One is question regarding professional development being in November versus October. The advantage of the way it's in the calendar, you actually get almost 2 months from the middle of September to the middle of November without any breaks, which is on one hand nice. On the other, my question is because in November we do have Thanksgiving in there, so we have some breaks in there. It's just that, and related to it, because I assume that's the one day that we might be the one day. Anyway, related to it is when we had the April Professional Development Day. That was a couple of years ago, specifically talked about being able to look at the data from the map testing with the state testing, and giving schools the opportunity to disaggregate that and kind of talk, what do they need to finish out that last month? It's an informational question, where we really wanted one there, but now we're earlier on, and the advantage of having it in November versus October. That's your thinking.
Yeah, I might pass that to Mr. Beam if he remembers the conversation around the change to November and how that might benefit our professional development calendar.
Yeah, so we would prefer that it stay or they go back to November. If you remember, it was September, it was August and November for a long time. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we moved it from November back to September because we needed something up front because we had so many brand new, really like reading things going on. I think we are beyond that, and we're ready to move it back to November. So we're very happy having it back in November. The idea of looking at data in April, that's a valid thing, and we like that chance to do that. We would also say that probably that's the least of all the data days that we could look at. That might be the least important because it's so late in the year. There's not a lot that we can do differently after looking at that data. It's good to look at it and reflect, but there's not a lot that you can do to look at it and then change things for the next 3 weeks before school gets out.
Okay, I appreciate that update and just the thinking of best placement for them and being able to adjust to what best serves teachers and students. So thank you. Did you want to add?
Yeah, one other note too, pushing it later. Given my comments earlier with J1 visa teachers coming in later and later every year, that also gives us an opportunity to make sure that we have a good day with them on doing some of the things we would have done in the new teacher academy. And so by that time, we would hope all of our J1 teachers would have arrived. And that's a good day for us in November to be able to meet with them and do professional development for them.
Thank you. And talking about professional, the last one I really have here is I'm supportive of that workday and professional day. I think the professional day in January is relatively new, but it does start kids in Wednesday, which is a nice thing. They get most of the week and get settled in. But I do think that works well for teachers to come back refreshed rather than trying to get things done before we've shifted several years ago to that work day. And with the professional day on top of that, I think in complement to that. So I like that combination there. So.
Okay. I am not seeing any other hands from board members. So at this point, I think we need, actually, we should have done this earlier, but we need a motion.
Move to adopt the proposed 2027-2028 academic school year calendar.
Could I suggest before a second?
Go ahead, Mr. Doran.
Whether for process should say which version?
Yeah, let's take that motion over again.
Move to adopt the proposed 2027 to 2028 version B academic school year calendar.
Second.
Right, motion made by Ms. Carol Hubbard, and I think I heard Ms. Maple first on the second. Quick on the draw. All right. So if there's no further discussion, we will take that to the vote. Ms. Boland.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft.
Yes.
Thank you, Colonel Branco.
Yes.
Thank you, Colonel Campbell. Thank you, Mr. Doran.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Maple.
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Hull.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Dullian.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Enthusiastic, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. We have a 2027-28 academic calendar. So next item on our agenda now is the ABM Summer Work Summary Report, but we are going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break to give them a little bit of time to set up. We'll be on recess until 8:15.
So need to bring an extra layer today. I didn't realize it was going to be as cold as it was. Yeah.
Right, it is 8:15, and we are calling this school board meeting back to order. On our agenda is the ABM Summer Work Summary Report. ABM will offer a summary of their summer work. Executive Director of Facilities Management Department, Jay Carrion, will be available for questions. Dr. Miner, did you want to introduce them or just go straight to ABM? Go ahead, ABM.
All right. Well, first and foremost, good evening, everyone. Excited to start a new school year. On a personal note, it's a very special day for my family. My son started his first day as an educator, teaching the 4th grade. So it's a special day for us, as it is for this community. I want to start off by saying thank you, a sincere thank you, for allowing for us to be able to be here for another year. And we clearly understand. I've heard the word goals and expectations quite a bit during today's meeting, and I just want to let you know that we hear that loud and clear. We are not going to sugarcoat anything. We know that there's opportunities for improvement. We understand that we don't have 6 or 7 months to be able to pivot to kind of turn this thing around. We have very limited time. Kind of going back to the summer, as Dr. Meinert has mentioned, we did conclude our summer cleaning. I will say that overall, before I get into that, I just do want to give recognition to our staff. They worked their tails off. They were working Saturdays, sometimes Sundays, to ensure that they were able to meet the commitment that we set forth to this community and to the school district. I would say the best way to explain it is that we kind of limped to the finish line here, and we did face some challenges that we recognize and that we will always evaluate to improve our processes for next year. So we completed our summer scope. We do have some obligations to go back. There was some floor work, particularly over at Tanana, where there was some floor work that we do need to go back and get. That was only by discovery of realizing that there's probably 6 to 7 years worth of floor wax on those floors that need to be stripped. And we were doing it manually, and we have a machine that we already have within the district that we can utilize to ensure that we get a better finish there. So we're working with the facilities team now to identify what dates we can do that, whether it be on the weekend, whether it be overtime. I've committed whatever resources needed to ensure that we get there at that particular building. So I think overall, the last week was spent essentially going back and looking at deficiencies, the high dust. I feel like we're always chasing dust as we kind of get into the school year, as we're moving furniture, HVAC gets put back on, or whatever there is. I feel like we're always chasing dust. So that was a big focus of where we were at last year, assisting teachers with whatever, movement of materials, furniture. That was where our attention was essentially shifted to last week, and kind of to that customer service role, if you will. So we do have some actionable items for going into next year. We did have some lessons learned. That process starts now. We go into these partnerships not with the vision of being here for 1 year. We want to be here for years to come. And so we're always evaluating our processes, and we've got to go into planning ahead for the summer. August 18th for me, this day really started about 3 months ago, and making sure that we have a good transitional plan going into this year. So overall, I think there's always opportunity for improvement, and this year was no different from the summer work. But we've already established best practices that we can introduce for next year. I guess I'll pause. President Burgess, any questions on the summer clean as it's where we're at now?
Board members? I guess I'm just curious about the whole Tanana floor wax stripping, but I don't think we need to get into the weeds on that necessarily. But is this one of those things that's it's kind of expected regular maintenance?
Yes, Tanana.
sorry, Tanana is primarily VCT flooring, so it does require waxing. And we used to in the district do it every 2 years.
Thank you. Anything else before they launch into their, Mr. Doran?
Okay, specific to summer, I know we'll get into more things
Yes, sir.
here, but the summer. So this is the second summer. You've had the responsibility of have the schools ready. You mentioned you limped to the finish line, and there were things that were perhaps not quite ready during the for when staff arrived, and needed to be ready for students. You mentioned lessons learned. I'm curious. I know you'll do a thorough evaluation, but what are some of the lessons you learned the second time going through where you had the entire summer? The first time you didn't have the entire summer.
Right. No.
You do. So what are some of those lessons learned that you will actually put into implementation next year?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So the first thing we identified was staffing. I think that from a leadership perspective, we could have done a better job in communicating where we were with the contract, where the contract stood with the school district. I think there was some cold feet going into the end of the school year. I think some people were like, hey, are we going to be here next year or not? And I think we could have done a better job speaking with some of those folks that maybe had questions about whether or not ABM was going to be part of this partnership for next year. And we lost about 10 people because of that. So staffing was an issue. And what we did from the leadership, once we realized that we had to make some steps, we sponsored some additional Indeed ads. So that was a financial commitment from our end. And also wanted to bring additional resources up to kind of get us up to speed, and also authorizing overtime. That's where the Saturday and Sundays came into play to get us to where we needed to. So I would say our first thing was the staffing for the summer, and making sure that we did some damage control before we got into the summer. The second part of it is also the way that we do our work. We had 2 to 3 teams circulating the district, just kind of working as team cleaning, where they would divide and conquer within a building. Next year, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. We would have to have a full staffing model and have those individuals at their schools to ensure that those checklist items were not falling behind. And when I said limp, I think it was maybe a bit of an exaggeration, but essentially, there was the discretionary time that I wish we would have had towards the return for staff and students back into the building. I wish we would have had maybe another week or 2. So we were able to be ready for staff and students. But I think in the evaluation process, there were certain lessons learned, and I would say those are probably the 2 biggest items that we would reevaluate for next year.
Quick follow-up.
Follow-up, Mr. Doran?
Okay. So you've indicated there are some things out there, Tanana being one. I'm mindful that there may be others. So what's the timeline to finish having everything fully ready that we would have expected last week?
Yeah, so we're working with facilities now to identify dates. We're open. I mean, it could be it could be as early as tomorrow. It could be Saturday. It could be Sunday. So as soon as it is doable for the school district and it works for all of the other user groups that are occupying Tanana, will be as soon as we get the go, we're going to do it.
Thank you.
I'll just ask just one request. If you could all just say your names so we know who you are for the record.
Yeah, sorry, yes. So I'll introduce myself. So my name is Art Salinas. I am the Regional Vice President for Education. This is my first board meeting here. Actually, it's my second, but my first one presenting here. And with me today, I have Tae Yoon. He is from our Anchorage office as a regional director, and then also locally, we have Daniel Johnson, who resides here in Fairbanks, and he is our local district manager.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any other questions at this time, so please proceed with your report.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I started off our presentation, we really do read the room. We understand that, we have a lot of work ahead of us with a short amount of time to be able to get there. In my role, I take full accountability for what has transpired last year. I've been in this role for about 6 to 7 months, but I really do want to make this a success story. I do want to deepen our partnership, get further engaged with stakeholders. Mr. Dorn, if you remember, you and I were doing a walkthrough towards the end of the school year last year, and those are things that I'm very passionate about. I have 2 kids who have gone through public school system, and it's something that we're very passionate about, is making sure that we're deepening those partnerships. But I want to be very clear, we do read the room and we understand the message. As Dr. Meinert had alluded to earlier, we do need to show some improvement. I'll be able to demonstrate here some ways on being able to measure how we're doing and be able to have quicker numbers to point to for our next meeting or any time that you should need it. Those are going to be readily accessible for the facilities team, but also for the board should they have questions about where we stand. So looking back at last year, I think that there was a lot of inconsistencies, and I think a lot of the feedback we got, as Mr. Doran, as we walked the building together, we walked the building with an associate principal, and forgive me for not remembering her name, but we spent essentially a half a day walking the building, meeting with teachers, even asking students in some cases, how is your building? How do you feel about your building? And what we recognize is that there were critical misses. And I think it got to about March or April, and I was thinking, okay, how are we going to transition this? We have about 60 employees, about 59 employees, and change management is not always easy. And how are we going to be able to capture this, and how can we pivot quickly? So, as I mentioned, this process for today started 3 months ago, and the one thing that I wanted to do was look at the way that we're doing our work, our scope of work. How are we being performed? Does our team fully understand the scope of work? What do they understand it to be, and where are there discrepancies? So we evaluated the way we're working, the way that we're communicating. Also from a leadership perspective, do we have enough leadership depth to be able to ensure that we have a greater leadership to employee ratio? And we made a commitment last year to add an additional 2 bodies to our leadership team. And I believe when we started the school year, Daniel Johnson, I don't think you were here with us to start the school year. So identifying a district leader was a big part of us getting our roots planted here at this district. But we evaluated all of those things. And so just to kind of give you some context here, I had an exercise for Tay and for DJ and from our leads. Essentially what I had them do is I had them identify, give me 2 schools to be able to try a new way of working. And the process I had in mind is called cycle-based cleaning. And I will be able to talk more to that. Let me scoot down here a little bit more here. Probably that one right there. This one right there, yep. Yep, perfect. So cycle-based cleaning, we're changing our workways. Some of the benefits we have listed here to cycle-based cleaning is a balanced workload, improved cleaning quality, greater efficiency, healthier schools, increased accountability, fewer complaints, and then higher job satisfaction. This is a model that I have had a lot of success at other schools, not only in K through 12, but in higher education as well. So I had this thought as we were thinking about next year. And so I had the team here pick out 2 schools. Well, once they gave me those 2 schools, I omitted them immediately. And I picked a random school of my own. And what I wanted to do was pilot this new model of a school that I just picked randomly. And that school was Hunter Elementary School. And not knowing the staff, not knowing a lot of the history there at that particular school, but just knowing overall we had some ground and we needed to make a change. So we implemented cycle-based cleaning to Hunter. Where is it? There we go. Perfect. And let me just explain what cycle-based cleaning is. Essentially, we're taking the tasks that we are doing each and every single day, and we're doing them in a cycle basis, essentially. So for instance, if I were to use this graph as an example, we're looking at the top right there, starting from the top there about 1 o'clock and working our way clockwise. Security. That's a fundamental scope of work for us, is to making sure that the buildings are secured right after the bell rings, to make sure that all exterior doors are locked. They're going to do that. If there's 2 people in a building, they each got their respective sides and they're securing doors. We are then taking trashing, which is a large part of our scope. We're going to go through and we're going to trash the whole entire school there as a cycle base. We'll move on to vacuuming and mopping. We'll go on to desk cleaning, restroom cleaning, health room cleaning, and then we'll finish with our final security check. And what this does, it addresses and mitigates a lot of the misses we were having throughout the year. Jay's team did a great job of identifying and giving us detailed notes on items which were being missed. And I feel that this model certainly will address all of those critical misses that we have been experiencing. Is this our full scope? No. But what it does, it gets us back to a fundamental approach, which identifies where we have maybe experienced deficiencies at the end. And it provides a very predictable model for a custodian who's coming into our operation to be able to say, this is my scope of work, this is my area, and this is the way that we're going to do it. Something to also add is last Wednesday, exactly a week ago, I flew up a couple of our leaders from the lower 48 to come up and participate in an educational class. I would call it, typically it's a back to school summit, if you will, where we had all of our custodians meet over at West Valley High School. And we had about 55 custodians and facilities joined us as well. I had my executive leadership there as well, so it's my boss from the Phoenix, Arizona location. I also invited some vendors in where we discussed and introduced this cycle-based cleaning. It also provided for breakout sessions where we took four spaces where we essentially reintroduced the fundamentals of our scope of work. So we spent some time in a classroom, and we had groups of 15, and they would hit each station and getting retrained, reintroduced to chemicals that we use in the best applications. We flew in a vendor who provided us with our backpacks and our auto scrubbers that we have within the district. I mean, we made a $300,000 commitment about in equipment, and we wanted to make sure that we were getting the best utilization of them and also the best practices. So we brought them in as well to make sure that they were providing essential training and hands-on training to our staff. And we also had a bathroom. We were in a restroom as well. So we crowded a restroom, and then we had to break it into 2 restrooms to give them some best practices in restrooms. And we were able to get a lot accomplished. I felt it was a very, very beneficial meeting. And that type of meeting would be something that we would also do for the summer for next year. So we would introduce that same type of training where we would have those same kind of partners and that high level of engagement to provide to our staff. And that would be more so geared to the scope of summer work. Like, hey, how do you go to the fundamentals of re-waxing and stripping a floor, deep cleaning, dusting, some of the fundamentals there. But this is what we're going to introduce. This is what we have introduced to our team. So I'm excited today to be, after we leave here, we're going to go visit some schools tonight and get some feedback from our staff to see how it's going and just see if we can poke holes in our process until it makes sense to them. I mean, it makes sense to me, but if it doesn't make sense to them, we've got to work with them to make sure that it does. So we found that the cycle-based cleaning, we found that some of our custodians were going on break or getting called away. They were losing efficiencies by taking on or taking off a backpack vac. They get called away because they need some doors unlocked or there's a spill, and then they would forget with where they're at. So this allows for them to get to those very critical areas, but then also gives them another opportunity to go through a space they were just in to maybe identify deficiencies that maybe they missed before. So it's a very predictive model. It's one that I believe the district's familiar with as well. And I'm very excited to see how this goes for this school year.
Ms. Maple.
Thank you. I was curious, as you were talking about, you mentioned that changing this method hopefully also results in higher job satisfaction, and you referenced investing in more leadership to improve those ratios, investing in more state-of-the-art cleaning tools to make the job easier to accomplish and more efficient. And I'm curious if there's been investment in the custodial positions themselves and how they're paid. I know that, that's one of the big things in the board making the decision to contract out, as we lose control of that piece. And at the beginning, there was definitely a we'd like to, have some people come in and be able to match some of their pay. So I'm just interested in if you've been able to invest in that piece as well, or what that's looked like, if you're able to share.
Yeah, great question. So I will start off by sharing that our retention rate this year was about 85% rate. So we were able to retain about 85% of our staff. I will also say that I'm just knowing how competitive this market is. As I shared with Dr. Miner last week, I was surprised on how tough to acquire an employee is in this market. I underestimated it. So that was a learning experience for me. I am proud to say that we are on the upper end of the pay scale as introductory rates. So I will, how am I going to politely say this? I've received a couple phone calls where I've seen some people who were upset about what we were paying because it just makes it more of a competitive market for them. So we've had that feedback, but I feel very comfortable with what we're offering as far as for a starting rate. Yeah, but the main thing for me is just a retention, and providing opportunities for those folks who have done a good service to provide opportunities for them to grow with us as well.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
And also for honestly addressing the issues. And and you use the word opportunities for growth. And I remember when we were making this vote, and and I kept saying, there's one certainty here. There's not two, there's one certainty, which is the dollar amount, right? And we were facing a $16 million deficit that year, that we would have had to, per statute, pass a balanced budget. So we would have had to address that one way or another. So, but I always said that, but we can't, I do not believe that the service will be better, especially knowing that we're potentially saving $3 million. And I'm not surprised that we're here. Actually, I'm not surprised that we're here at all. And I do want to say that it's not it's not a reflection on any of you personally, or any of the staff that's working personally. I think that when I looked, to me, I see where some of those efficiencies in dollars, come, which is we outsourced 70 positions. Now we also did adjust our school size. So I want to take into consideration that there was also a shrinking of the footprint, because we made very tough, very unpopular votes to close schools that year too. But I'm looking at your staffing head count, and that's on slide 7. Which is, and thank you also for listing everybody's names, and I want to thank everybody who works in our schools that you listed there. But slide 7 of your presentation talks about the 2025-2026 head count and the 2026-2027 daily head count, and you go from 58 to 67. Mm-hmm. So I see a reflection of that increase there. Where my concern is something that you said, which is that next year we will potentially need full staffing model in the summer to meet all the objectives. That to me goes, oh, what dollars?
Sure.
Dollars. Right now, we're already looking at an increase in your staffing of almost 10 people, knowing that you had 10 leave last year. One of the main reasons that I made the vote that I made, which was to outsource, was because we had a historical vacancy rate of 14% of our own staff. And we said, don't underestimate this market. This is not Arizona. You cannot just go over to Mesa and get people. Correct. We are literally an island in the middle of a giant forest with very few people that live here. Okay. And it's not going to be as easy. And we thought that you might fly people in. So, my concern is primarily with, just speaking frankly, that the point of which, when we made this decision, we were facing a very bad financial decision, and those decisions had to be well, first of all, this decision aligned with the recommendation from the budget committee, but those decisions also had to factor in what is the least impact to students. And since then, we've been hearing quite a bit, and it's difficult because you don't have that data timeline that shows before and now after ABM outsourcing. But the thing that I'm concerned about and that I think I'd like to see a little bit more about is that I know that through the past due and the on-time reports, through the ABM reporting, where day custodians are mentioning, or are reporting incidences and such, there's been you mentioned limping along, and you can see that in the data. You can see that the number of incidences that were not addressed start to kind of compound month after month after month. And when we are looking at ABM throughout the year, I'm really interested in seeing that past due on time report on a monthly basis, because I think that's really important data that can show us, are you meeting those objectives? Hopefully this cleaning cycle addresses that, and in theory it would, because you're going to be in a space I can see here, more than once. And so I'm glad to see that. That's a positive movement. But I also, want to speak very frankly that, this is a much different financial situation that we're in. And I have that in the back of my head as we look towards a contract, talking about a next contract, or what a partnership looks like. To the administration, or maybe to ABM, in the report from the superintendent, it was mentioned that there would be contractual penalties if things aren't met. Can you talk a little bit about that, or can somebody talk a little bit about what that actually looks like?
Yeah, I'll have Jay speak to that.
Yes. So because we did see a decline in expectations, we did come up and address some contractual penalties. So we looked at trash, bathrooms, essential areas that are not being met, and then there's a penalty dollar amount to that. And then every month when the ABM sends us an invoice, we deduct those penalty numbers from them. And then, so that's how we came up with that plan.
Follow up, Ms. Julian.
I do have a follow-up. So did you do any modeling based on reporting from this last year, how much money we could have potentially saved if we had that contractual penalties in place this last year, based on the reports that we had?
No, we haven't done that yet, but we certainly could.
Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Thank you. I have a kind of a question of, well, so at the end of the year, last year, at the end of the school year, we received a letter from one of our schools, and I believe it had about 30 signatures on it. So it's pretty, it was pretty inclusive. It was kind of overwhelming. And the comments were more about like the younger elementary rooms where kids are eating at their desks, and like in the fall, they're running inside and outside, and then you've got stuff on the floor, and of course they wipe down the desk after lunch, but they're 5. And so then you have story time on the floor, and then you have song time on the floor, and you have this on the floor. And so when I was a mom, my knees were always the first thing to bust out of my jeans because I lived on the floor. So I get that. They're floor dwellers. And so the issue was that the floors were consistently dirty. And so I'm sorry. But like that was the biggest complaint, was that. And then, and so it was a matter of cleanliness, and it was a concern for health and safety. So I see the cleaning cycle, and I understand the concept of it.
are you providing more training, or what are we doing to that so that we can so that our teachers are going to be assured that they can show up the next day and that floors will be vacuumed? Because the letter even said that many of them were buying vacuum cleaners. And so, I mean, I hate to be, the Debbie Downer, but I just want to put it out there because that's the letter that was the last thing we heard. So I'll just end with that.
Yeah, and I'm aware, and thank you for bringing that up. I did see that letter. I was, and I even though I'm in the lower 48, I'm attending your meetings, your board meetings, virtually. So I do tune in to see kind of just to get a pulse, to make sure that I'm there. First and foremost, I mean, kudos to the facilities team. I mean, Miss Proper, who's back here as well, as far as and the district to making the decision to go to all vacuuming every single space every single year. That in itself was a big transition, going to A and B to an A-B model, on top of changing who is doing your building. That was a huge shift alone. So the fact that the commitment was made to go back to an everyday vacuuming model I think it's gonna bode very well for the district, and I think that their experience is gonna be a lot better. And I also do want to point out that was cost neutral. There was no additional charge we were able to find a way to make that happen. And I think that just speaks for how much we want to be here, but also the commitment and identifying from the leadership here and essentially what needed to be done. They listened to the voices, and I think that was it's going to be a welcome change, or to get to come back to do the daily vacuuming. So I would expect for that to be of a lot better experience for those folks who are on the floors. But so I definitely understand how that could be a terrible first impression.
That what you do is so important, for every single school, every single child, every family, every teacher. So thank you for what you do. And so we appreciate you. We fine tuning.
Absolutely. And I think there was even a comment about the equipment we're using. I think somebody described our vacuum as a Rocketeer type vacuum. I think that was an explanation or a description of what it is. And I am more than happy to kind of go through and present what the type of equipment we use within the buildings here, so that maybe there's a better understanding of what we use. But people are, we don't want people buying vacuums to be able to feel like they have to have a clean environment. That's us. That's on us. So certainly appreciate the comment. And
Maple, and then Mr. Gordon.
I was just going to make the request quickly that when you go back to your team that you use Miss Carol Hubbard's description of the floor dwellers and why that is so important. It's really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Doran.
Okay. I do want to thank you very much for coming. And, but I will tell you, I'm put off when everyday vacuuming is like, oh, this is a great thing we're doing.
Sure.
That's a basic. And if I remember the standards that we put out, that was there. We've adjusted and made things because you were struggling as a company. And the you I'm talking about is the company, ABM, and the officers that came to present why they would be appropriate for us to contract with. So with that being said, I'm going to go, you have a cleaning cycle up right now. One of the major issues last year, and yes, I walked around in each of the schools with you and talked to people and gave you input as others gave input. And at least in some circumstances, it was not followed through. Notes were taken. Oh yeah, we'll take care of that. When I went back to those schools, it was not happening. So let me talk and ask you particularly about the cleaning cycle. I can have pros and cons to it. You're supposed to be the experts, and your job, not for us to manage, your job is to manage to get the jobs done. But I want to know how this addresses issues so we don't run into them this year where somebody was absent and a section of the school was not done. So
I'm
maybe
making sure you're
go ahead.
So
Let me pause there.
yes, we did have an incident where we did have one person who no called, no showed, and that was obviously not a good situation for anybody. This will not solve that issue. What we have and what this team did is I put them into a pilot program where we have alerts now. If I have 5 leaders and we have 30 buildings per se, we hope that our team does the right thing by calling in the right way and telling us when they're supposed to be off for their shift or they're not going to be there. We realize that's not always the case. Sometimes people are sick and there's things that are beyond their control that they may not be able to communicate. What we are part of here and what we've implemented here is that our time clocks are now set to be able to set an alert, and we can set it at 10 minutes or 15 minutes, whatever that might be. If somebody does not clock in for their shift within 10 or 15 minutes, they're getting an alert saying that somebody has not clocked in at their school. And it allows for us to be able to go investigate to make sure that, hey, we need coverage here and be able to get to that building. This process will help expedite, and let's say we're behind by an hour because for whatever reason we're getting some staff over there. This will help us attack those critical areas more efficiently. So we're not sitting there thinking, okay, where do we got to be at? Where do they leave off at? This will help expedite the process and points to critical areas that are non-negotiables. I mean, everything's a non-negotiable, right? But restrooms, classrooms, the floors. This process will help tackle that. But the technology that we've introduced will help allow for us to be able to identify if somebody is not clocked in for their shift.
Follow up on it. So let's be clear that it was not one person. This was multiple. This was a very common report that I would get in buildings. Short-staffed, areas left undone. Well, that was because that person's. And maybe I'm not understanding what the cleaning cycle is. I was assuming, okay, so basically the team would go around and pick up all the trash in every room. Then the team would go and do the desktops. Then the team in every room would go and vacuum and mop the floors. Am I understanding this cycle right? So you're not in regions, you're the team doing it?
It's not the team, it's individual. So for instance, if we had an elementary school, if you were to take this building in particular and you would put a red light right through the middle of it, you typically, each person has their own side. So there's person A, person B would each be doing their own cycle-based cleaning for their respective areas.
Okay. All right. So it's regional.
Yes, sir.
Which is what you were doing last year, and somebody was out, and that section of the school was left undone. What in your new process or approach for this year takes care of, really addresses that somebody's out, that section's not covered, that section has to be covered? What's the plan?
Well, I think the biggest contributor here was not knowing whether or not that person was not at their building. That, to me, was the root cause of how we got to that point. So introducing this technology that will allow for us to be like, hey, Johnny has not clocked in for his shift. I got an alert. We need to go check on that school. And then we will, as leaders, have to collectively figure out what the game plan is there to ensure that we don't have any missed services on that particular building. So the root cause is the notifications and making sure that we have all of our staff accounted for each and every single night.
Okay. If I might, and then we'll end this one and put me back in the queue. Okay. So your scenario, you have a team that's there. One person doesn't show up. Nobody else on the team calls you. They know that the person's not there.
They absolutely. I would hope that that would be the case.
What's the plan? So you're going to just talk and among the leaders and say, well, gee, what are we going to do? Now, what's the plan if somebody's out to cover that section?
So
automatically, I mean, a plan could be,
yeah,
you automatically get overtime. You guys who are there,
Yeah, sorry for not clarifying that. And I can use today as an example. So I was checking with DJ today about our staffing for tonight, for example. We had one call out. Okay, what's the plan to get that covered? He already has a list of 5 to 6 people who have already authorized and said, put my name in a hat for the authorized overtime. So overtime is usually the case to be able to get that run covered. Historically, where I think we've had some challenges and some shortfalls operationally, is that our leads would be the ones who would go in and cover that. In the meantime, they're stuck in the school covering a run when they should be out addressing the team as a whole. So I do not want my best cleaners per se, or have my leadership tied up covering runs. We need to establish a team that already has given us their commitment to be on that overtime list. So that could be 8 to 10 people. If we are having a hard time being able to get commitments, we can look at ways to incentivize that as well for our team.
Okay, I'll pause there. Put me back in, please.
Okay, I have Ms. Hull next, but I did want to pause for a moment and just make sure, like, we didn't cut you off in the middle of your presentation. Are you satisfied with how much of the slides you presented?
Yeah, and it's kind of like an open forum. I would want this to be the dialogue's been great. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hull.
Thank you. And Mr. Salinas, thank you for being here tonight.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your willingness to address the problem and your desire to improve. I just want to share briefly that we got an email this week from you know this because your son is now an educator. They do so much already. And now this particular school, at a building meeting, they were asked to bag class garbage and place it outside the classroom doorway at the end of each day, as well as a couple of other different things. And so this is information that we're getting, and so we look at this, and this is not, this is not okay.
Right.
And one of the things that I wanted to talk about are the health rooms. We all know that school is largely in cold and flu season, and that our schools are a petri dish. And also we have students that require special medical attention, and these rooms need to be sanitary. And there's been a lot of concerns that are raised. And so I'm curious, in this cycle of cleaning, are you guys, if you get to number 5 and number 5 is done and the time is up for workers, do they go home, or are you there finishing the job until it's done?
The work has to be completed. And I just a call out on that is that the health room is one space. It's a very important space. So it's not going to be 2 individuals tackling the health room. It could be, but it's going to be usually on one side of the building or the other. So it's going to be one individual. But I feel very confident in this model that falling short of the health room should not be an issue with this model. Yeah, certainly understand the importance of that space.
And I guess just again, if things are not getting done, this goes back to, we need to make sure that they're being documented in the, say that again for me, Dr. Minor. What is it that they need to be putting this information into?
In the ticketing system or the help desk.
Thank you.
Mr. Dorn.
Okay, let's talk about the nursing area and home ec rooms and science labs where there are experiments going on or dissections or things of this sort. Okay, and when we did the walk around, very specifically, there were home ec rooms that were not being mopped every day. It does go back. If you mop classrooms every day, you don't have the issue. But particularly where they're handling food, or doing, you made the notation. The crew talked to the teacher and said, oh, yes, that should be done every single day, as well as the nurse's office and stuff. We do have documented cases that it wasn't done. And the concern that I have is, yes, being able to say, hey, this is a complaint, this wasn't done last night, except that my understanding is complaints are fairly stable in the number of complaints every month. I'm not seeing a change. So going into this year, what's the change? Are those home ec rooms being done every day? Mopped. The health rooms mopped. Surfaces cleaned.
Yep. I remember that visit with you. I was in that same space with you as we talked to different stakeholders there. The answer is yes. Those spaces do need to be cleaned every single day. I think looking at our processes, what are we doing with the data? One thing that I do have on the agenda is working with DJ and Tay, and as we introduce a new leader, is to identify days, whether it's an in-school service day or days where we can have quarterly meetings. Not to say that that's the only time we're going to share data, but it's going to be an opportunity for us to be able to talk about in a large group setting about where our challenges are and then where we should have our focus in. But one thing that I can point to is the data that we are taking amongst our teams. I think that was one commitment we had talked about that we fell short on in this last meeting. Although I wasn't part of it, I was listening to it from the back row, and was the oversight, the organizational, the leadership as far as doing site inspections. One thing that I can introduce too is we do have the opportunity to be able to provide more transparency into our operation, but with some of the technology that we have rolled out that the facilities team does have. Let me get to that slide. So we have this. We have the system called ABM Connect. What this does, it's a dashboard that looks.
Move to extend.
Yes. Let's see.
Second.
Oops.
Sorry, Ms. Maple, could you make your motion one more time?
Move to extend.
Second.
To suspend the rules, sorry, to finish business.
Okay. Without objection, our rules are suspended so we can finish our agenda. Thank you for indulging that moment for us.
Sorry about that. I thought you were talking about the screen itself, so my apologies. I'm like, we can extend this. But we have is it moving over? There it is. Okay. So this is an example of what we introduced to the facilities team, and essentially it's a peek into our operation. It's a client-facing portal. It allows for the facilities team to be able to see our inspections live as we put them in. And I'll give you an example of what we've piloted so far within the district, where they're able to see our inspections, if you will, into the spaces that we clean every single day. The school district here and this team, they do have a goal and a quota that we do review weekly on the amount of inspections they are required to perform. And I guess I'm going to make sure that I would be remiss if I didn't say this now, as we did with you, Mr. Doran, and I would invite anybody and part of this board as we go through these exercises to work with Jay and the facilities team. Should you ever want to come with us on a joint walk to do inspections, we are more than happy to have you and kind of walk you through our process and kind of see what we're working with each and every single day. But this software allows for the facilities team to be able to see our site inspection scores, our staffing levels, our sneak into the financials if they want to see invoices and billing, which also can maybe track the deficiencies that we're being billed for so we can track it that way. So you will now have this portal, if you will, to be able to see live scores. And I will there we go. So we can break this out in different ways, and also just for additional context, we do a quarterly business review with the facilities team, where we look at opportunities and then we look at things that we performed well. And so at this is a graph of the buildings that we service now. You can see the schools are below. Also, the associated these are the site inspections by the building, so the count, if you will, for each building that we've been in. So you can see that some schools have higher inspection totals than others. And our goal is to make sure that we can get those spikes to be less drastic. We want to see an even curve, if you will, in the amount of site inspections that we're giving to each and every single building. So we can monitor our site inspection count that way. We will also be able to identify This is another way of just kind of giving us our average score, if you will, for the month that we've had, along with the count. So as you can see, for April, we had 200 inspections. For May, we had 221. And then for June, we had 127. One challenge that we have with this process, and it's not unique to this particular school district, is finding a calibration, if you will. If I have this tool will be available to all of our leaders, so all of our local leadership, and also myself. I could come in at any day and give an inspection, and for each space, for instance, if there's a restroom, within restroom, it's not just pass fail. Within one restroom space, there's 8 to 10 requirements, which are graded on, then will produce an overall score. And I think that we have to do a better job of getting that information back into the hands of our local operators there within the building to give them that feedback. They want the feedback. I just don't think that we've done a good enough job presenting them with that information to be able to be successful in where they're at. So it's what we do with the data that will allow for us to have more success this year. So there's different ways that we can break this out. We can look at the dashboard, or that for our CBRs, I can extract this, drop it into a pivot table, and we can do average scores by building. So there's different ways that we can measure all of the metrics to measure whether or not we're meeting these benchmarks, and then also compare that to what the facilities team's doing on their side. Is, hey, we're showing 90% at Tanana. Is that what you're reflecting? And then also the other part of this is also the stakeholders. Talk to the building administrators. This is what we're grading. Is this what you're feeling? Is this a true representation of what you're feeling within your building? So I think that's where we need to tighten up our operation, is engaging those stakeholders and having those walkthroughs, as we had Mr. Doran, and getting that feedback. But also, to your point and your concern, is what are we doing with that data? It doesn't do any good if we're not doing anything with it. So certainly understand.
Ms. Hewitt.
Yeah, I wanted to address Ms. Hull had mentioned earlier burnout from teachers and staff on the reporting. And that is something that I have heard as well, that the reporting is a little bit difficult. And once something goes reported several times and not done anything about, people stop reporting. So I guess maybe this is more of a question to our administration on how we are documenting those deficiencies. Is that same ticket program that we were doing before?
Yes, so everything does go through the work order system. We do have a period of 24 hours where we are passing the information along to ABM. They also have access into the ABM reporting section in our web help desk currently, and we're transitioning over to a new system too. So they will also have access to that. They can go into the work order and actually see the work order that's inputted. And then we did put a timeline on there where there's 24 hours that they have to meet and do like a repeat work. It was a little challenging at times because we weren't sure if ABM were accessing the information. We also were giving them information through our custodial manager, was also emailing the information over as well. So there was multiple ways that ABM were receiving the documents that we had to be able for them to come back and repeat the work again. So yes, there is that data is being shared with ABM.
Yeah, I guess my question is more directed at the staff, like teachers and custodial staff within the schools that are burnt out on reporting the same incidents over and over.
So in order for me to be able to address that issue, so we the expectation is our day custodians are doing the reporting, and then they are sending that information over to our management team, and then we do pass that information over to ABM. And while we do see many repeat of the similar or the same reporting, we do address them with ABM with the expectation that they do address them. We continue to try to support our staff as well, and by sending out our district coordinators to help mitigate some of those ongoing issues that do come up that ABM are not able to address in a timely manner.
Thank you.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much. I'm curious. I'm looking at staffing and I'm looking at like logistics of how you're doing the work. On the slide that shows the staff and the staffing models, you are increasing the staffing at elementary. So I see that as a change this year. I see though right now that you're at a 9% vacancy rate, if my math is correct, with 61 hired, hoping to have 67 this year. You mentioned that 10 left at the end of last year as well, which if you don't have the people, you can't get the work done, and we know that. So I'm curious what your plans are for first of all, if my math is actually correct, if I'm correct in my assumption there, I'm looking at a 9% vacancy rate right now, which again is higher than what we had. However, it's still concerning. And what in particular, I'm sorry, I had another question written down and now I can't find it. But so let's talk about vacancy first, and then maybe I'll have my follow-up and I'll be able to identify it.
Yeah. So, yes, I can speak to our current staffing levels. Right now, the additional 8, as you had, stated, it is for the additional elementary schools, and also that was to help provide the additional support needed to be able to accomplish the daily vacuuming in those spaces. So those weren't necessarily a vacancy; it was a need that we needed to address. We currently, as today, we're at 60 total FTE right now. We need 67 in order to have every single run completely staffed for this district. Right now we have, so let me just, 67 is the total we need to be able to make sure that everything's covered. Our target is really 72 because we want to make sure that we have additional staff to be able to support the call out. So we're not having to utilize overtime, if you will, that we have extra support to be able to provide. I mean, I can tell you that we're going to have anywhere between 3 to 5 call outs every single night. So why not staff for that? Yes, is there the risk that somebody maybe doesn't have an assignment for the night? Possibly, but far and few between does that really happen. I mean, we are utilizing those folks to come off, off of the on-call list is what we call them. And so, as I said, we have 60 right now. Our target is 72. So that means there's a delta of about 12. Right now, we have 5 people who are in background pending fingerprinting from the district and making sure that they can do their background, get their background cleared, if you will. And then we have, we actually have exactly 12, believe it or not. The remaining is actually pending background check from our side, from our HR and our company that we utilize to vet our applicants. But just because we're there now doesn't mean that we're going to get 100% of those 12. We're still continuing to push forward on that number. So if that number is 12, I'm telling my recruiting team, give me 17 to 20, just to make sure that we're going to have some attrition, some natural attrition with that number. I'm sorry, did that answer your question?
It did.
Okay.
And I think that if I can follow up, what I'm hearing from that is that first of all, there's good news here, which is that the target that we had, which was around 70, 72, was correct to do the job. Now, what's interesting though is that that was for a larger footprint. So the staffing level that you're talking about would actually to do the work is going to be a percentage-wise larger per square foot, because when we had, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's good to hear that. It's good to hear that feedback. Like, we were relatively close with how many staffing we needed to do this. Can I just ask a couple different questions that will help me understand the job itself? Because first of all, I want to acknowledge night shift work is incredibly hard. it takes a toll on somebody's health. It takes a toll on a family. Like, it is not easy. So I understand. And we also shared these same issues. We could not fill to the tune of about 14% on average. I remember in the beginning of the year, our vacancy rate for night custodia was usually closer to 20 some percent. And I see that as like, there's nodding yes. Like, so I'm glad that my memory is maybe a little bit of a steel trap, even though I confuse the holidays, Labor Day and Memorial Day, publicly on record, and that's on me. But I can be a steel trap when it comes to these types of things. So the amount that the staffing levels are good. So I'm glad to hear that you're trying to get up to 72 as a target. So that's a shift. What comes into my mind though is gosh, I anticipate an increase when we talk about renewing any contract, because I know that you're taking on more of a risk, and you're able to do that. ABM's able to do that because you're a huge multinational corporation where you can take some losses in other places to ebb and flow. And I get that. I am expecting an increase in a proposal should we, entertain something in the future, especially knowing that you're increasing staffing by that amount. So I just want to be forthright with where my head's at. Talk to me a little bit about the hours that are working, and do you staff to square footage or do you staff to enrollment? Because as we are kindly referring to them as floor dwellers, we have a lot more right now. We have a lot more students, and so we are hopefully seeing an increase in the amount of students that we have in our buildings. So talk a little bit about, how does that impact your work? Because I know that like in some of the schools that you were in last year, there might have not been that enrollment, and now we're seeing some booms in some, and especially in our North Pole area where I'm really curious, if there's staffing changes that are going to happen there. So I want to know a little bit about when are people working, the hours, and yeah, the square footage versus enrollment.
Yeah, so density of a space certainly plays a factor into how we staff, but the biggest thing we take into accountability is going to be the square footage. Is going to be the basic measurement on how we look at productivity levels. For the cleaning standards that we have set forth in the scope. If we have spaces which are underutilized, for instance, I'll give you an example. If we have a high school or a middle school where there's maybe portables which were utilized last year but not being utilized this year, we can either then slide a body to maybe offset some of those shortfalls we have in staffing, so we can move our folks over to be able to offset some of those other needs in a building. Staffing, are you guys 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock? Yeah, so overall, I guess I'll have DJ, I'll have you speak to this as far as where we're at for elementary schools and middle schools.
Yeah, just depending on when the last bell is, when it's advantageous to have people arrive on site. If there's significant user groups or staff presence, maybe it'd be advantageous to start later in the afternoon, 4 o'clock, and then probably finish up around 12:30, barring any overtime.
Ms. Hewitt?
I have a question about user groups. I've heard a lot of feedback about user groups renting gymnasium space within our schools, and when they arrive there, depending on what time they rent, 4, 5, 6 o'clock, those spaces are not clean. Does I see on the requirements and frequency it is done daily? Is there any account for that would have to be maybe spot cleaned again after that user group is gone? Or because as we know, the floor dwellers make a mess, and then the people who are renting that space expect a clean space.
Right.
I would assume that's, if I was going to rent a space, I would assume that it was going to be clean. And what I have heard as feedback from multiple places is that it is not.
Sure. We clean based on what the scope is. So if the frequency is 1 time per day, I'll give a gym as an example. We won't clean that space before the event and then after the event. We would typically just hold off to cleaning that space after it's over. Now, if we have a community event such as a basketball game or a school-sponsored event, a play, for example, we'll make sure that we'll go in there and we'll refresh the restrooms. We've got community members. We want to make sure that we give a good, strong first impression. So we'll go through and do a refresh of the restrooms and make sure those spaces are done, and then we would clean afterwards, like the auditorium or the gymnasium. But unless, and Jay, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that would be like a separate work order for additional frequency. That would be what I would call like a tag job, if you will, because if there's cost or fees associated with additional frequencies, then we would clean it again before the event. Am I misspoken there? Maybe no. Okay. Okay. Yeah. But we want to make sure we should be well aware of what folks and what community members are using our spaces. We want to give a good first impression, whether it's, a high school and there's trash and debris in the parking lot, or although it's not part of our scope, we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to enhance curb appeal and make sure that there's value for the community members that are there. We want to make sure that we demonstrate goodwill.
The events that I was talking about are user groups who rent the gymnasium for like sports practices not associated with the district, but they are community members and probably have kids in our school.
Yeah. I would say, I don't want to make up what I don't know, but I think that we're still holding tight on our scope of work there. If we need to revisit that and maybe look at that on how we can partner to make sure that there's a better experience there, I think it's a conversation we can have with facilities, but I can tell you right now, I think we're only doing just the one time frequency.
Mr. Doran.
Okay, thank you. Just on the staffing, I do want to compliment you on seeing an increase in staff. I do want to acknowledge that for years, for almost every year I've been on the board, we were making cuts to custodial staff. And part of the piece for ABM is that you would be able to staff appropriately. And when I look at these numbers, we're getting closer. Having been a principal at Denali for over 20 years, we did have 3 custodians. With cuts, we got to 2.5. You're finally back at 2.5. Okay, for the size of the building that is needed. So I'm glad to see that. And it was also acknowledged in the spring when ABM presented that at 56, you were understaffed and you needed to increase. And you were working on getting your first thing to get a backup crew that you could send in. So you've increased staff. Great. I expect to see the results. You're working towards that backup, but we're still not where we need to be. So as a company that focuses on custodial, janitorial, I will expect that to come through. I do want to go to these charts. To me, they were very confusing. I don't know what they're telling me. There's an average of score and a count of score, but there's no explanation what the score is. What are you scoring? And how does it, so I need some help to interpret what you're trying to convey.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be more than happy to provide more clarity. And this is why I would welcome anybody who wants to join us on these to be able to see there's layers behind how we get to these scores. And I don't know that we could accomplish getting that deep into the weeds, but I can at least explain what you're looking at and what I have here before.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. So on this particular slide, we're looking at site inspections by building. So we have the schools listed down below. And then it's the blue bars, if you will, are the average score of the building overall.
Scoring what?
So that is It could be many different things in each building. So I almost wish I had the R version up, but each we can inspect. This can range from classrooms, kitchens, hallways, restrooms, locker rooms, any space within your schools, our schools, would be contributing to this score. So it's made up of different points within a building. Is that
Can you maybe tell me what it means when you have a score of 100% versus 0%? What does that mean for the school?
so? For the a score of 100% to me is, as you can see, these scores right here are representative of maybe one or two people who are doing scores. So to be at 100% to me is, it's really, to me, it's not achievable. It's a target, but to me that is a caution sign for me to say, hey, we have 100% on here. There's always going to be something we can do better, and nothing is ever really 100%. So to get 100%, if, for instance, we inspected 5 spaces, within each space there is a criteria of 5 things, whether it's odor, trash pulled, floor cleanliness, consumable stock, so that's your paper towels and soap dispensers. I'm trying to do the other one. Maybe functioning faucets or whatnot. I mean, just whatever that 5th criteria would be. If we inspected that a perfect 5 out of 5 for that space, for all areas that we did, that would contribute to 100%. That would be a 100% score. And each space is weighted because, for instance, if we went into an elevator, there might be only 4 points there because an elevator is not that large. You may only have stainless steel carpets, door tracks, and then maybe lighting fixtures where you maybe would have some flies. So if you only scored that at a 2 out of 4, that score is weighted. It becomes 50%. So that will bring down your overall score. And maybe our next visit, I can do a better job kind of presenting that so you can see it in real life time and how that impacts your scores. But they do roll up into these charts, and we can have them look in many different ways. So, Mr. Doran, so like the blue is the overall score. The orange is the count of the scores. So how many scores contributed to that score? So, for instance, if we look at Ann Ween there, the second one, that score is a high score. It's 98%, about 98, we'll call it 100%. And for that building, we had about 75 or 80 inspections into that one building. The count is on the right, on the far right of that graph. The average score is on the left. Does that make sense?
Well, it says that the blue is an average of scores. It doesn't
Correct.
say anything about numbers. It just says there's a score, and then the orange is a count
Correct.
of the score.
Correct.
So, but it doesn't say anything about how many site inspections. Yeah, that's right. I do know there's a notation on the side that says number of count or inspection count, but the bar descriptions only talk about scores. I don't know. It's a count of score.
That's what that is. The orange is how many times we've counted the score.
That's not what he just explained, so I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and again, I apologize, and maybe I should have put some more thought into how I was going to present this information, because it is pretty in-depth, and I'd be more than happy to have our team review it with you and how we get to that process. I think it's valuable, but I think it's the main thing is what we do with this information. From my perspective, this data is not representative of what's happening in the buildings, clearly. I think what we have here is a calibration issue. And what we do is, if we had 4 inspectors to kind of calibrate a calibration exercise, is I would have them all go into one space, the same space. I would have them all do a inspection, if you will, of that space. I might score at 95. Tay might score at 80%. I might get 60% from DJ. But then we have a conversation about how we got to that score so that it's an appropriate representation of what's happening in that building. And when we have the leadership, and when we have and meet our commitment of having additional leadership, my goal is to have like a 11-to-1, a 12-to-1 ratio between custodians and leadership. And the way we do this is that each quarter we would have a leader, we would have a certain leader or a supervisor set to a certain amount of schools. The next quarter they would rotate to the next set of schools, so that we would get a full cycle of inspection. So it's not just the same person with the same trained eye to the same space, so that there's that level of just continuity in our processes. So I would be more than happy to present and show and demonstrate, and that's why I would encourage you to join us for these walks, because we'll have an iPad out and you can see, and we can do joint walks. And I would also encourage the administrators, and they can grade it along with us, so that we can figure out like how this process works, and they can understand how we get to this point. The technology's out there, and I apologize for it not being as comprehensive or intuitive as maybe you would hope, and we can work to clean this up for sure.
Okay, I'll leave that there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I might.
I'm gonna ask the board to maybe try and select your final questions. It's getting pretty late. So I would like to wrap this up. So I'm going to say one more question, please, from board members. Possibility of a follow-up if needed, but let's just leave it at that. And of course, if we want to ask additional questions, we can do that through administration via email, and we can also request that that ABM come back in the future for a different board meeting. So go ahead, Mr. Dorn. Thank you.
And I am prioritizing, but I have more than one. Supplies access. That has been a major issue, and this might be a combination of administration and ABM. Issues of particularly toilet paper not being available because it is locked away. And I know there is a balance to have of what are district supplies and what are ABM supplies, but I am quite concerned that the building principal and day custodian does not have access, for instance, when toilet paper has run out. And that needs to be corrected. And these are specific examples. Tanner has actually come up on several times, including during times of community events where I know parents bought toilet paper to bring in because it was not being replaced. So my interest is in access. I do know you don't want willy-nilly going in and out, but I certainly think that the day custodian and the principal should are trustworthy enough to use that judiciously, that if it's out of toilet paper, you need to put it in. And it can't wait until overnight.
I mean, I don't know if, understood and heard. I don't know if you have maybe some more insight to that, Jay.
I can give a little bit of insight. We do have access to all the closets. However, we are not taking all the toilet papers and the paper towels from the ABM's closet without their approval. So we do reach out to them. And so if they're do have them on site, then we're able to utilize those. And there are some incidents like the bigger events where ABM has not had sufficient toilet paper or paper towels, and that we provide it at the district. We do still keep a supply in our central stores, so that if we do become, in a situation where ABM is not able to provide that, we are able to get that order in, and then we do charge ABM as well.
That will be an action item for me to take away, is the making sure that we are not falling short of our commitment for consumable supplies. That's unexcusable. So we'll address that. It'll be an action item.
Okay. And I'd appreciate that, because when we did the walkthrough, that was noted and it was said it would be addressed. And when I went back, it was not. So,
Understood.
or at least it continued. So I'm looking for the follow through. And I guess I'll go with my last question at this point, in a clarity that's been brought up. That the expectation for teachers is that they do not need to bag up their trash and put it outside. They do not need to clean their desks. Those will be done by ABM every day.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think that's really important. Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Doran, and apologies. I know there's more questions. I do think, again, that since there's no action item on this tonight, we have time to ask those through administration, and again, to bring ABM back as they've committed to already. Um, Anyone else, final questions or comments? Naomi, Ms. Hewitt.
I just had one more clarification on during that same walkthrough, we had talked about entryways not inside the building but outside the building of like trash or overflowing trash. I see that entries are on the daily trash and carpet. Does that fall like the immediate area before going in the door? Does that fall in ABM or facilities?
I mean, the way I look at it, the way I look at it, I mean, it may be like, hey, it's daytime custodians, but that's a partnership. That's going to be a fluid situation. My expectation from our staff would be if we see a piece of trash that we don't step over it, like that we should be part of that, and we should be supporting each other in those efforts. Sorry, and I should.
And I can go ahead and answer that, Ms. Hewitt. So the expectation is that our day custodians are addressing that. So the ABM contract does not do any of the exterior in the building. So everything that is on the exterior is going to be the responsibility of facilities management department.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dorn.
Sorry, if I can just follow up. Exterior, I understand. Interior means everything through the front door. And the reason why I bring this up is it happens to be a Tanana example. They have a rug that welcomes people to the school. And I walked in and there were things brushed up onto the rug that when I talked to the principal, that's a common occurrence. The janitor custodian was just sweeping the hallway, brushing it, but not vacuuming it. So the day custodian then was faced with having to do that and get that done no matter as they do the exterior and they do their other things of opening the school. But if you're one of the first people in, it's not an acceptable situation. So I want to make sure that that entryway is part and is addressed by ABM. That's my understanding. That would be ABM's responsibility to make sure that is cleaned. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll wrap up there. I do, so I haven't spoken much. That's because I have a job to do here of letting my board members speak. But I did want to chime in briefly and just say, when the board was making the decision on outsourcing custodial, there was a lot of we heard a lot of from ABM that oh yeah, we can do everything that you want. It's going to be perfect. It's going to be great. We're going to improve services, and that's not what happened. The problems that were pointed out at the time, that the concerns that were pointed out both by staff and by board members, that is exactly what we've been seeing happen. And so I think, I appreciate that you've taken accountability for that you've acknowledged that you need to improve. I think that everyone at this dais takes that very seriously and expects you to improve significantly and meet the expectations that have been outlined for you. This is something that is very important to the community as well. And on we in our meeting last week, we talked about how it's a public issue, it's a political issue, but there are actually very practical concerns here that we've heard being raised by board members and members of the community. Our schools need to be clean environments, safe and healthy environments that our students and staff can be proud of. And with that, we can end this agenda item. Thank you again for coming and presenting.
Absolutely. My pleasure. And again, don't mind hopping on a plane and coming to visit anytime soon. So just let me know what I can do to support the team and the efforts here. But we appreciate the opportunity, and we're looking forward to a new school year.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, board. So just an update on our agenda. I was informed that so we had an executive session scheduled, but I was informed that our lead negotiator is unable to make that. This meeting ran a little longer than expected, and we didn't realize that he had a hard stop time. So we're taking that off the agenda. We're going to bump that to the next meeting on September 1st. So the next agenda item now is Resolution 2027-04, Safe Spaces, Strong Futures, Standing with Our Immigrant School Community. This resolution came before the board for the first time last year, and we passed it then. We are bringing it back now. The timing has been moved up a little bit so that we can get this done right at the beginning of the school year for the benefit of our staff and families. We passed this in the consent agenda, and now I will read it into a record. Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education, Resolution 2027-04, Safe Spaces, Strong Futures, Standing with Our Immigrant School Community. Whereas the U.S. Supreme Court held in Plyer v. Doe, 1982, that under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, no public school district can deny children access to free public education based on their immigration status or the immigration status of their parents. And whereas it is the right of every child in Alaska to access a free public K-12 education free from discrimination, and the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District affirms its position as a district that welcomes and supports all students, regardless of immigration status, race, color, religion, gender, or country of origin. And whereas per FNSBSD Administrative Regulation 1410, state law explicitly forbids discrimination on the basis of citizenship or immigration status, and the district has legal requirements to protect students' private information under Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. And whereas the Department of Homeland Security's January 20th, 2025 memo rescinding the protected areas enforcement policy and thus allowing immigration enforcement actions in schools, college campuses, playgrounds, hospitals, places of worship, and other social services facilities is causing concern among educators, students, and families served by the school district. And whereas FNSBSD's core values are belonging, community, creativity, and growth, we embrace our responsibility to welcome and educate all students regardless of their immigration status and celebrate their contribution to our diverse learning community. And whereas FNSBSD employees, contractors, volunteers, and representatives do not inquire or collect data regarding a student's, parents, or guardian's immigration status, and whereas the FNSBSD is a district with a large and diverse immigrant, refugee, and foreign-born population, including mixed status families, and whereas the FNSBSD student body includes many active multilingual learners and at least 68 languages are spoken by students in the FNSBSD, and whereas the federal administration has been inconsistent in honoring immigration status and work visas, and certain actions by the federal administration involving the deportation of both documented and undocumented people have been found by some federal courts to be illegal and have caused fear and distrust of government agencies amongst people of color regardless of immigration status. And whereas federal immigration enforcement activities such as surveillance, questioning, information requests, arrests, or detentions on or near district property or transportation routes disrupt the learning environment for all students regardless of immigration status by discouraging attendance, participation, and family engagement, thereby undermining the district's mission to provide a supportive learning environment where all students thrive and hindering their access to a free public K-12 education. And whereas the FNSBSD is dedicated through its policies and practices to treating all individuals with dignity and respect, fostering a safe, stable, and supportive learning environment, offering reliable transportation services, safeguarding valuable instructional time, controlling access to school facilities, and upholding attendance standards to promote academic success for all students. And whereas numerous students whose education, safety, emotional well-being, and family relationships are at risk because of their immigration status are and will be in the future enrolled in FNSBSD schools, and educational personnel play a vital role as trusted sources of information and resources, fostering students' emotional and physical well-being. And whereas the FNSBSD regularly hires education professionals who include naturalized citizens, immigrants with legal status, and international teachers with work visas, and whereas we believe that it is in the best interests of the students, staff, families, and community we serve that the district stands firm in assuring all students and families that we will do everything in our lawful power to prevent disruptions to the educational environment that may be created by Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. Therefore, be it resolved that the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District affirms its commitment to provide a safe, welcoming, and supportive learning environment for all students, regardless of immigration status, and will take lawful measures to address actions by ICE or other federal agencies that would disrupt the educational process, infringe upon the rights of students or their families, or create a climate of fear within our schools. And be it further resolved that the district will ensure staff are informed of their legal obligations and district policies and administrative regulations regarding the protection of student privacy and restrictions on access to school grounds by federal, state, and local non-emergency law enforcement, will safeguard student information in accordance with federal and state law, and will stand with families to ensure that every child has uninterrupted access to a free and equitable public education in the FNSBSD. And be it further resolved, no district employee shall allow access to or provide records or private information about any student, family, or employee to any non-emergency law enforcement, including but not limited to ICE, unless presented with a legal and valid warrant and the superintendent or assistant superintendent has granted approval in accordance with Administrative Regulation 1410. And be it further resolved, the district shall distribute this resolution to all families and employees through effective communication channels and provide translations in the languages commonly used by FNSBSD, including frequently translated Alaska Native languages. Passed and approved today, August 18th, 2026. Would any board members like to make any comments on this agenda item? Mr. Dorn.
Just a brief one. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. It's still extremely timely, and actually, given the past recent actions against immigrants, that this is very important that we make this statement and reassurance for people. And it also speaks well to what Dr. Miner was mentioning in terms of student or teachers who are coming from other countries to serve our community, that we need to make sure that they are protected and reaffirmed that they are welcome to us.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Any other board members? All right. I was happy to get this written last year, and that it was passed both last year and again this year. So thank you, board. With that, we are on our final agenda item, board comments. Anybody have any closing comments tonight? I'm looking for hands. Ms. Julian.
Okay, thank you so much. This is our first day back, so I just want to recap a couple things that I was doing this summer while we were not meeting on our regular schedule. And the first thing that I want to do is talk a little bit about, in July, I attended an informal ad hoc meeting with educators, parents, and community members who have been concerned about technology integration in curriculum, one-to-one device use, and also screen time. This is obviously a very large issue nationally that people are talking about. And to Dr. Meinert's, quoting, not directly quoting you, but to say, there's a pendulum, and it's, how far can we swing back, and where can we land this in a way that that's right for our community. But of course, this is a very large conversation right now among the community nationally. I think that I'll just encapsulate that in saying that it's not all bad, but it's also not all good. And one community member that I was really excited about presented some preliminary results from a statewide survey that she took the liberty of doing since this last spring. So there's some really great things that we can learn from that. Others shared concerns with iReady and one-to-one device use in early elementary. It is, and then also some educators have talked about the positivity of it, that it has increased their ability to provide individualized instructions to students in ways that they might not be able to in a classroom, in the classroom. So again, I want to state it's not all bad. It's not all good. I'm looking forward to seeing how our district responds to that kind of as a whole. I'm looking forward to see how what happens on the national level. There are some states that are taking it up at the statewide level. So that's a conversation I'm hopeful that we can have as a board in the future, or even as a community. Sleep study. So this summer, I also attended with my fellow board member, Mrs. Hull, a lecture by Dr. Clay Triplehorn, who is some of you might know him. He's a sleep specialist, especially if you're up now listening. You might know him. He's a sleep specialist with 30 years experience who practiced primarily in Fairbanks, is now in the lower 48, has testified to this board before. Mr. Doran probably remembers him. But what's really interesting, and I'm excited to share this, hot off the press since 2017, but we learned it this summer. Getting 7 to 8 hours of sleep on a regular basis is what is needed for good health, right? Like we all know that. But guess what? It's a partial truth. In 2017, what's really exciting, so since 2017, that sleep, there's a study that actually received the 2017 Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. So there was the discovery of the I'm going to mispronounce this, suprasciatic, that's not pronounced correctly, nucleus, or SCN, which is a master clock that received prominent research attention and received that Nobel Prize, Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine, that talks about the circadian rhythms. And so what we learned, and I asked Dr. Triplehorn to confirm this, is that aligning the circadian rhythm with the amount of sleep that you get is critical. And to quote him publicly, because he actually said this publicly and there were many witnesses, he said it is a slam dunk in terms of potentially aligning our start schedules with the circadian rhythms of our students in regards to an increase in student outcomes and a decrease in behavior incidences. So that's something I'm very excited to continue from last school year, when we had a survey that showed the community being very divided on this, which was wonderful to see those survey results. So I'm looking forward to continuing that conversation this year. It was great to hear that this summer. And then also, I just want to share one thing, and thank you for bearing with me on this, because this is, I think, really important to recognize that not all of our students potentially make it. Some of them will drop out of school. And I want to do a shout out to the Literacy Council of Alaska. I was able to attend their commencement ceremony earlier this month. And first of all, it was incredibly moving. And I want to share something because I think it's important to share. There were over 20 community members who earned their GED this summer through the Literacy Council of Alaska. And I'm going to quote one of their graduates who spoke and shared something that I think probably almost everyone has experienced, but most of us think that we're isolated in experiencing this. And that person said on stage, have you ever convinced yourself you're just not smart enough? And I think that's probably something that we all have asked ourselves and probably convinced ourselves of sometime. Um, but it's not, but we can't listen to that. And right now I'm trying to talk to everybody who interacts with our students. So we have 11,000 students that we represent. And I think Mr. Doran has said that those are our constituents. Like those are our people. And today's the first day of school. And some of those students might have shown up today nervous, thinking that they're just not smart enough. And some of them might be asking themselves if school's right for them. And some of them might be thinking, maybe I'll drop out this year. Maybe they didn't even show up today. But what that student who went and got their GED, and again, this is a journey of getting the GED. It's not something you can just do overnight. It takes a lot of commitment and a lot of overcoming that thought that you're not smart enough. This person said that what they learned through their journey is what intelligence is. And they said that intelligence looks like the courage to ask a question, even when you're embarrassed or nervous to ask questions. And they said that they now know that they were never lacking intelligence. They were never not smart enough. They just didn't have the confidence and somebody to believe in them. So when I think about all of these students that we're serving and coming back today, I think about every single one of us, whether you're a parent, a family member, an educator, a staff member. We all have an opportunity every single day to help silence that little whisper in kids' ears that says that they're not smart enough, because they are. And so I'm proud to be here. I'm proud of all the students who made the step today. And I just want to say that if any of you feel like you're falling behind, there are people in your schools that are ready to help you succeed. So don't listen to that little voice. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hull.
Thank you. So I won't talk for very long because a lot of the things I was going to say, Mrs. Dullian has already said. But I will say, it's okay. You can steal the thunder. It's okay. I just wanted to say as well that I am excited to continue talking about start times, and I would like to see that on the agenda at some point. Thank you.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. I just wanted to say welcome back to everyone, all the teachers, all the staff and administration and parents and students. I'm excited and I have hope. This is going to be an excellent school year. So I wanted to also, again, extend a welcome to Mr. Kraft and also to Colonel Branco. I also want to welcome the 54 or so new certified staff that we have, and approximately 49 or 50 new support staff, and our 2 new administrators. Oh, I think we have 1 in the room. So welcome. Let's see. I am looking forward to focusing on improving student outcomes this year again. And it looks like we're going to be honestly just gearing up for an amazing year. Looking forward to hearing reports about the new music programming, smaller class sizes, and how that is creating opportunities for more success. Our before school programs and the success of our new staffing investments. So we have a lot to look forward to hearing good reports about. And I'm also eager to begin my school visits this year. So I'm looking forward to coming out to all the schools. I didn't get to all the schools last year. That's a tough job. My second job, right? And anyway, but I'm trying, and I'm looking forward. I want to get out, and I want to make it to the band rooms. I want to hear the bands, the orchestras, the choirs, rehearsals, and just kind of hang out and listen, because that's my music is my second love. So, yay for music this year. And I just want to welcome everybody else on the dais back. And I hope we have a wonderful year. Thank you.
Mr. Doran.
Okay, I'm going to hitchhike on Ms. Dillion's comments a little bit. Thank you for highlighting the Literacy Council and their graduates, the tremendous work that they do. And along the AI commentary, this summer I had an opportunity to sign up for a course through the National School Boards Association, which is one of the benefits of our being part of the Alaska School Boards Association. And so we got I got a discounted rate for a course on AI. And I'm about halfway through. When I finish, then at this point, I'm leaning to definitely recommend it, that the board consider that, board members consider that. But very, very good. At the end, you get a certification. But it's just better knowledge and understanding of the broader AI and the pros and the cons, which is really good. And so I would, in line with that, promote, well, as a work session, perhaps on start times, a work session on technology, which is broad in terms of not just AI, but our devices, our integration, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing that I would like on our work session topics possibly is on assessments, and particularly a better understanding of what we actually get and don't get from the state assessments. I was surprised that after 12 years commitment from the state that we were going to get immediate results by going to computerized tests. They still are not out, will not be out until after September 3rd. And so they're well behind on their goal of having them to us before school was out. But I think we need to have a real robust conversation of what's really helping teachers and what is an actual reflection of our students. On a positive notes, I really wanted to end with talking about the opening of school, the welcome back, the positive picketing, which is cheerleaded by the Chamber of Commerce, but other community groups and members just join in and to welcome teachers back as they are coming into Herring Auditorium is just really, really good, and their excitement about stuff. And this year's opening, I want to give credit to the administration and the staff for putting together what they did to really spotlight our educators and our students, but in a way that everyone who spoke, whether it was on the screen or in person, and shared a story, what came across to me is they weren't bragging about what they did. They weren't bragging just, about individual students that they might have highlighted, but they were affirming what they and their fellow colleagues do in working with students. And that impact on students, they're seeing that in action pay off. Very much in terms of the reflective of the quotes that Ms. Dillon shared, but to really help students blossom and learn about themselves and open doors for them. But I think that was very, very good. Real concrete examples were shared, and I thought it was a great way to spotlight our staff, our educators, our professionals, and our students. And feeding right into that is there's a big thing about when we talk about success of students, the assessment results. Most important is, where do our graduates go? And this summer, I had the wonderful opportunity to meet several of our graduates. One was a young woman, a flagger. A lot of people, if you drove up Chena Pump, you probably met her. She would be out there in the middle, making sure you stopped, and with a great smile on her face, and moving that sign, flag it down, and then the conversation with her was such a delight. She graduated a couple of years ago, actually, from North Pole High. After she graduated, she joined the Laborers Union and did some training at the Pipeline Training Center. And she talked about that. As it was, we were the last car to miss the pilot car. So we had a good 20-minute conversation. And she talked about her experience with the Laborers Union, earning college credit as she was going to the training, and she's got that going forward. She said, it's a good thing I didn't go on to something else right away. I learned an awful lot, skills that will last me a lifetime. And so now, after the summer, she's been earning money for the last year or two with the laborers. She's got money. She's enrolled in UAF this fall. She's going to study towards her degree in animation. She knows she'll have a couple of years here. She will need to go elsewhere for that animation specialty. But she's got a future ahead of her, and she's got experience, that real world experience in her back pocket, and the things she's learned as a laborer, and knows that she's got those college credits. The second person was, she was taking care of some kids as kind of a nanny for the summer. Got to talk to her at the playground, and she's a graduate of West Valley, is studying nursing, will be in her third year in nursing at Elmira College in New York. And for her, talking to her about her preparation to have the confidence to go across the country. As she said, in some ways, I looked for the furthest place away from Alaska. She wanted to expand her horizons. But pursuing that nursing degree and that service to people in that field, again, speaks so highly of our graduates. Last week, I had our furnace getting its annual inspection and update. And the serviceman came with an intern who will be a senior at West Valley, but he's been working part of a pilot program that Altrol is evidently doing, worked all summer there, earning a good salary, learning the skills, to watch the serviceman, Jeff, working with this high school student. What an amazing example, again, of an educator in action. We have them in the classroom, but also in our community. When he graduates next year, he's got a job there if he wants. But learning those skills. And the serviceman said, hey, if there are other high school students, they should call the company. They should call Altrol and say, hey, I might be interested in that. And they can have a conversation, that this is another opportunity from our community to. And the last one I'm going to highlight is happened to be up at Chena Hot Springs for a day of hiking and soaking and just relaxing. But a woman came up to me and said, "Are you Mr. Doran?" And I said, "Yes." And I'm trying to go through my head somewhat familiarity, but I wasn't recognizing her, wasn't come up with a name. Well, the big thing is she's a Lathrop graduate from probably 15, 20 years ago, maybe a little more than that, who had an opportunity as a Lathrop junior and senior through the district, who were providing assistance to our school librarians in the elementary. She'd come over every day after school to work with our school librarian, helping out with a variety of things and stuff. But she talked about the impact that had on her life. The mentorship with the school librarian, who went on became a certified teacher and taught in our district and has since moved on. But that relationship between staff, again, is what a wonderful example of what we do. And she is now a nurse outside, was up visiting parts of Alaska and coming back home for a little bit. But again, talking with her, her confidence, the her personality that just says again what our graduates do, and those doors that have been opened to them through what we do as a district. And though that happened years ago, we know those are also happening today in our schools. And we have other programs that allow students to experience different opportunities within our district. So I think that's the big thing when we look at how are we doing? What are our graduates doing after they leave us? What do they bring with them, and how do they use that? So I wanted to share those couple of stories.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. That's always great to hear about some of the successes of our students. So I wanted, since a couple folks brought up the topics for work sessions, I want to address that real quickly. I do want to note that, Dr. Meinert and I shared the goal of getting through all of our policy migration before the end of October, and we're nearly there. So that is going to be a priority for some upcoming work sessions. We have Article 4 to still deal with. And then I think the board knows that I, for a long time, have had a goal of improving or of revisiting our onboarding and development policy for the board. I don't know that we'll even be able to get that before the end of October. I hope we can, because it would be nice to have it in place when we're welcoming new board members. So those are kind of my short-term priorities. If I continue to serve on this board and as president, I am very much in agreement that the technology topic should be addressed in some work sessions, and I would be supportive of discussing start times more as well. And Mr. Doran, I really appreciate the idea of bringing some information forward about assessments and really trying to make sure that the board and the public understand what those assessments do and what they do not do, or what they mean and what they do not mean. So thank you, board members, for bringing up those topics. Also one more welcome to Colonel Branco and to Mr. Kraft. Great to see our advisory members here. And again, another welcome back to school. I appreciate board members committing to visiting schools. I know our staff truly appreciate that. And frankly, it can be quite a lot of fun to go and see what's going on in those classrooms. I think it gives us a better understanding of the day-to-day of our students and staff as well. So I plan to be scheduling my school visits here in the next few weeks, and I'd be excited to be accompanied by other board members, less than 3 of us or less than 4 of us. So if anyone wants to coordinate those visits together, sometimes that can be fun too, to go more than one person at a time. As far as what I'll be keeping my eye on, I like that Miss Carol Hubbard is focused on music. I'll love to tag along with you, actually, but I will be looking closely at the ELP program, as well as thinking about trying to see and hear about the benefits of bringing additional staff, like behavioral specialists, back to the district. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm hoping that this will be a great school year for everybody. And let's go out there and do this education thing. All right. And with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you.